Good evening. Call to order the Salem Housing Authority for the City of Salem for Monday, June 26, 2023. Would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Nishioka?
Here.
Vice Chair Phillips?
Here.
Commissioner Gwynn?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Hoy?
Here.
Commissioner Nordyke? Absent. Commissioner Varney?
Here.
And Resident Commissioner Heather Villegas is absent. Chair Stapleton?
I'm here. Thank you so much. All right. I've asked Commissioner Gonzalez to lead the group in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Vice Chair, are there any additions or deletions?
Not tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments? One moment here. No? Okay. All right. Vice Chair, the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Thank you. A motion by Commissioner Phillips and seconded by Commissioner Nishioka. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Tonight's consent calendar consists of 3.1A, the May 22nd, 2023 draft Salem Housing Authority minutes, and 3.2A, a grant agreement between the Salem Housing Authority and the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance. And that concludes the consent agenda.
Great. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoy?
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke? Absent. Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Commissioner Nishioka?
Aye.
Vice Chair Phillips?
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn?
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas? Absent. Chair Stapleton?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we have no public hearings or special orders of business, but we do have an informational report, and Nicole Utes is here. Would you like to give us an update?
Good evening, I'm Nicole Utes. I'm the Housing Administrator for Salem Housing Authority. And tonight, I'm very pleased and excited to announce that we are about 92% occupied at Yaquina Hall. So from May 30th to today, we have moved in 47 residents, which equals out to be about 65 individuals into the building. It's gone relatively smooth. Everybody received a barrier removal package as necessary or needed. There were so many moments during this that were touching. It was truly a teamwork effort by all staff involved, including our voucher finance, our team on site, our outreach team, everybody involved in making all those movement parts happen. I can tell you we moved 30 residents in 1 week, which is pretty record breaking and not something that we typically would choose to do, but due to the delays of our power and everything else, the hurdles we've come through with Yaquina Hall have made it a very monumental feat to meet our requirements for tax credits by the end of this month. I did want to read one staff member's comments just to give you a little bit about the why and what the staff do on a daily basis. People ask all the time why I do what I do for work. It's stressful, it's emotional at times. I feel like I'm always climbing a mountain of paperwork and processes, but today was different. Today I was reminded that although we will experience tough situation, there is light. Yaquina is a building filled with its own history. It's unique and beautiful in its quest of service to those others in need. Humans that deserve a shot to find their place in a community. A resident this morning shared that he is in disbelief because he never imagined himself in a place like this, off the streets, in a place to call home. He shared gratitude, and tonight as I was leaving, I saw a group of residents intending to celebrate a meal together headed to the community room. The resident sharing a meal invited staff, other residents and guests to join in. Despite the adversity of getting to know a new community, their new homes, their neighbors, they invited me in. I'm not the authority. I'm a part of a community, and that is the why. This is why the long days make sense. This is why the chaos makes sense. This isn't what we do. This is who we are at Salem Housing. I thought I would just share that to give a moment of what a day in our world comes with leasing up all those units at Yaquina Hall. On the program management report, you'll see we have a landlord synopsis that's coming up on June 28th. That we're very excited to be hosting this with the assistance of City of Salem and the use of the Laux Auditorium. We'll be inviting landlords in from Marion, Polk, and Salem area to learn about the Section 8 program in hopes that we can get additional landlords to commit to our programs. There's additional info in the program management report. Over the past month, we have made several new hires into our quest of our strategic plan. Sitting next to me tonight, we have Sarah Baldwin. She is our Communications Relations Coordinator for the Salem Housing Authority, so we're excited to have her on board. You'll see her coming alongside. She really got thrown right into the Yaquina Hall and the experience of a lifetime so that she can understand what we do at Salem Housing Authority daily. So you may start seeing additional posts, website changes, and better communication from our side. We also were able to fulfill our compliance manager, which has been open, almost a year. So we're very excited to have that position filled, and I'm sure Melanie Fletcher is ready to really take on her full role as the Assistant Housing Administrator. We do have several positions on our website that are open, finance related, so if anybody is interested, please check those out. We've attended the Community Information Summit, Homeless and Housing Initiatives in Rural Polk County, and helps to describe what the Salem Housing Authority is about and about our rapid rehousing program that is a part of the state of emergency declaration, where we are reaching out to our rural counterparts and helping with barrier removal packages as needed for those who receive vouchers. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you so much. First of all, I think we should all give the staff at Salem Housing Authority a round of applause for their work at Yaquina Hall. That was really amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome, Sarah. It's nice to have you as a part of the team, and I'm glad you could be here tonight to kind of get to meet all of us. I hope you take a minute to reach out to the different commissioners and get to know them a little bit better. Nicole, you and I chatted over the past, time is a flat circle, so I'm not entirely sure when, but the last time you and I chatted, you were so excited about the work that was happening at Yaquina, and something you said really struck me, and you just said, the continuum of care is working.
Yes.
With explanation marks. And I would love for you to just take a moment to really pull that apart for the people in the room here and listening and watching at home. What do you mean when you say that?
I really can't speak enough about this because I have witnessed it firsthand, part of my quest for being at the property for the last 30 days to observe and to see not only the whys, the teamwork, and to figure out the process and learn so we can improve as an agency, but it was seeing firsthand the continuum of care and the cycle of housing worked. This is the first time we've opened a building with those referrals based from Arches Inn, Arches Lodge, Tanner Project, micro shelters, all coming in from the referral sites. And I kind of sat back the first week and said, where is everybody? At 10 o'clock, it was quiet, lights out, quiet. And it was like they had already gotten into this life cycle of stabilization, and they came with mentors and program case managers and JD Health and Wellness. I can't tell you the collaborative partners that showed up at Yaquina over the last month, and to meet and greet and see them all and see this process finally work was literally amazing and touching. Something that we didn't have at Redwood Crossings, and made Redwood Crossings a much more challenging project. And we're looking at ways also, maybe my next quest, to go sit some time out there as well. But this project is affordable housing with 20 units is set aside, and those 20 units, it's like the stabilization efforts are truly happening. And what that means is they're going into some sort of transitional shelter before they arrive to a referral to the Salem Housing Authority. And it is making that transition much easier.
So I want to pull that apart even more, because I really want people to understand that, we have tried to take folks, from folks who are experiencing their life right now in a tent, And we have tried to put them directly into a home, and sometimes that doesn't work very well. What is working is that right now when somebody maybe is living in a tent, we have our SOS team who is reaching out with not only Public Works, but our police department. They're making contact. They're talking to them about how to care for their campsite. They're reaching out and connecting them to resources. And then when resources become available at maybe an emergency shelter or at a micro shelter location, those people are making that connection and kind of moving from the tent into that micro shelter. And then when we have a place like Uquina Hall that opens, then we're polling on that, right? And the people who have moved into this micro shelter location are then moving into Uquina Hall. And it's through that course of slowly pulling folks in a general direction. And I hope that I'm saying this right. Am I?
Absolutely. If you ever had an individual that has spent over a decade on the streets of Salem through trauma, addiction, disabilities, multitude of different trimorbid, comorbid challenges, I can tell you we have a history of one individual that continued to want to sleep in a tent on the doorsteps of our building, wanting to camp out into community rooms, having a very, very difficult time with that drastic change of, I've spent 10 years, I have endured a lot of trauma, to I don't know how to go into an apartment. But having those stepping stones and easier transition has made these transitions go much faster, much easier, less stress. I've seen the compelling, the whys of to have people pretty much break down in emotion because they never thought they could live at Uquina Hall, and be so thankful and grateful for that opportunity. And I will have to say, from all of our collaborative partners, Arches Inn, we did get quite a few referrals from Arches Inn, and anytime we had an issue, we called upon that team. They came over from Arches Inn and addressed the situation immediately. So it's great to have that teamwork effort, and that we're not alone. We can work together and work to stabilize it. It still amazes me that the project goes quiet, and it's just the halls are quiet. It's just very calming. There's no chaos. We had hoped to move 5 in at a time to keep a little better traffic flow, but it's just not doable with our timeline and our tax credit delivery.
Thank you. Yeah, so proud to be a part of a team that has prioritized this and has worked with the partners at Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance and all of our other partners here in town, and to see this, really the fruit of all of this labor for years and years now. We've really laid the foundation, and now we get to witness that is really something remarkable, and I'm proud to continue to fight to have those services provided for our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It also is really bringing to light with Sequoia Crossings. We're gearing up and we're excited. We're still ahead of schedule, and I think after this month we have a really good game plan to get that one laced up.
Well, I have hogged the mic. Is there anybody else who has any questions for Nicole? Yes, Commissioner Varney.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say how much I really appreciate the program management report, especially the general housing programs and client profile. I appreciate the definitions of the programs, the scope, who specifically that program helps, the numbers served. I went through and looked at especially the ones that provide support to families who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, or individuals like the VASH, the Veterans Assistance Supportive Housing Programs that are for at-risk homeless veterans. And when I add up the number of folks these programs are currently helping, at least in this report, I see 245 that are off the streets or that are being prevented from going into homelessness, and I'm just overwhelmed, and I just really appreciate all you and your team do. Thank you.
Thank you. We hope to improve this program management report. It's one of Sarah's first initial tasks.
It's great. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Well, it looks like we have no other questions for you. Again, thanks for all of your work, and please let your team know that we're so proud to be a part of this with you all. And we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll call this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for the City of Salem for Monday, June 26, 2023 to order. If the recorder will please call the roll.
Board Member Stapleton.
Here.
Board Member Nishioka.
Here.
Board Member Phillips.
Here.
Board Member Gwen.
Here.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Board Member Hoy.
Here.
Board Member Nordike.
Here.
Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Hoy.
Here. Councilor Stapleton, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Not tonight.
Thank you. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? Oh, we do.
Not on you right now.
No, we don't. False alarm. All right. Councilor Stapleton, the consent calendar, please.
Thank you. I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. The
Counselor?
the consent calendar consists of item 3.1A, the June 12, 2023 draft Urban Renewal Agency minutes, and item 3.2A, the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 Urban Renewal Agency of the City of Salem budget. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Nishioka.
Aye.
Board Member Phillips.
Aye.
Board Member Gwen.
Aye.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Aye.
Board Member Hoy.
Aye.
Board Member Nordike.
Aye.
Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Stapleton.
Aye.
Chair Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We have no public hearings and no special orders of business and no information reports. Ms. Rutherford, did you have anything for us?
I could give a very brief update on the Union Gospel Mission property.
Great.
And we will be sending out letters for solicitation in July. So that the folks that will receive those opportunities to provide their interest to us will receive letters. We will also be publishing it on the city's website. There will be a 45-day opportunity to submit letters of interest to us, and then based on those letters, we will begin our formal review process.
That's exciting news. Thank you. All right. Seeing no further business before the Urban Renewal Agency, we are adjourned. And I will call to order the meeting of the Salem City Council for Monday, June 26, 2023 to order. If the recorder will please call the roll.
Counselor Stapleton.
I'm here.
Counselor Nishioka.
Here.
Counselor Phillips.
Here.
Counselor Gwen.
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Here.
Counselor Hoy.
Here.
Counselor Nordike.
Here.
Counselor Varney.
Here.
Mayor Hoy.
Here. Councilor Stapleton, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
We do. We have one addition and one change. We have the addition of item 3.3J, which is a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Salem and the Salem Professional Firefighters International Association of Firefighters. That was a mouthful. And then we also have a change to a report on 7.1B, and that is about the Safe Salem employee payroll tax. Oh,
Counselor, we need a motion.
I need a motion. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's all right. You did a great explanation. We already got that part out of the way. Now we just need the motion.
I move that we, Lord, add an addition and a change to the agenda.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I already gave my example of what's on there, so
Perfect.
I'm done.
Any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gwen.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. On to council and city manager comment. I do want to start tonight with the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my honor this evening to present to you the City of Salem's Fleet Services. They are the proud recipient of the, let's see here, the National Automotive Fleet Administrators Award, and they are within the top 100 best fleets in the country. In fact, they are number 15 in this list, which is pretty impressive. Think about there's 3,000 counties in the United States. There's probably 30,000 jurisdictions across the country, and we have the number 15 fleet administration in the country. Number 1 is Hillsborough County, Florida, the only other fleet in the state of Oregon to be mentioned. In the top 20 is Benton County, so we have our eye on them. They're number 4, and these guys have already said that they're on them. You know, they're going to track them down. So we're excited about where fleet is going. They're innovative, they're forward-thinking, but I think the coolest thing about our fleet is the way the employees and management work together to solve problems. It's not just management, it's not just the employees, it's the team working together to get the work done, and it's pretty extraordinary. So big thank you to Jim and his team. And Jim, if you could briefly introduce the rest of the team, I'd appreciate it.
Hold on, gotta get a microphone. Oh.
There we go, thank you.
Whereas the people on TV are not gonna hear.
There we go.
Maybe if you guys, why don't you guys come on down?
There you go.
Come on down.
Come on down.
Everybody who works for Fleet, come on down.
Thank you, Mayor.
Come on down. You're in.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to.
It's on.
Okay, so again, thank you very much for the opportunity to recognize our team. We got most everybody here. Here's Gabe Grooms, our fleet supervisor, Joseph Page, technician, Jeff Carden, technician, Morgan Thatcher. He was recognized as the second or the third, one of the 3 finalists for the Technician of the Year award for the one of our best fleets. He does an awesome job taking care of the fire fleet, all their stuff, taking care of the firefighters. Devin, he's new to that's just from this summer. Shane White, our lead technician of swing shift. Colin Brewster, another technician. Mike Gandolfi is our service coordinator. He takes care of all the phone calls and emails that everybody sends to him, and he gets everything done, taken care of. So, again, thank you very much. And City Manager, there is 36,000 fleets in the public fleets in the U.S. Okay, and we did and we in the another award we did leading fleets put on by the Government Fleet Magazine and the APWA, American Public Works Association. We got number 10. So thank you very much. Oh, yes. So that is 4 years in a row. We've been in the top 20.
Awesome. Great job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, did you have anything else? Thank you. We'll continue on then with councilor comments. Does anybody have any? Councilor Stapleton? No, it's for city councilors only. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry. That's all right. If you'd like to sign up for comment, you're welcome to.
Awesome. So thank you so much, Mayor. I had 3 things that I wanted to talk about today, and that was a report that came out. Is actually a national report that came out about 2022 being the deadliest year for pedestrians in over 4 decades for the United States, and really a focus on cities and counties and states really honing in on this and going for Vision Zero. And part of that is the 20 is Plenty, which both of these are on our agenda today. And so I couldn't be more proud to be working for those. There's been so many deaths already this year on our roads. So I'm really looking forward to getting to this work and getting our streets to a safer place. part of that work is on the side is the Salem Bike Vision, and we had a community ride. It was our first one, and it was yesterday, and we had a great time. And I wanted to thank City Manager Keith Staley and the Mayor for joining us for that, and we had a really great turnout and a great time together. And then lastly, I just wanted to share my disappointment as one of the counselors who represents Polk County, along with Councilor Varney. Just disappointment that we didn't get the micro-shelter location in Monmouth. That's something that I was really rooting for and excited for, and just trying to find ways that cities that are nearby us can help support folks in their own communities that are suffering, and making it so they don't have to leave their own communities in order to find services and support. And so just sad that that didn't happen, and hoping that maybe in the future we can find some way to get more support services, especially for our rural areas in Polk County, as well as Marion County. So just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Other comments? Councilor Varney.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Stapleton, for bringing that up. I attended the Community Information Summit on Homelessness and Housing Initiatives in Polk County. It was at Western Oregon University. It was sponsored by PATHS, P-A-T-H-S, which is Partners Aligned Toward Housing Solutions. And so it was a wonderful evening covering outreach, transitional housing, rapid rehousing. There were representatives from all different organizations that partner and work on things. And so I too am disappointed in what happened with the micro-shelter, but I think a big part of that is education and familiarity and working with all these different partners to get to coordinate and assist folks in rural Polk County, and it also helps those in West Salem as well that are experiencing homelessness, because a lot of them are from rural areas in Polk County too. I wanted to say it was great to see our housing administrator, Nicole Utz, there, and I met Sarah, I'm trying to remember Sarah's last name, Sarah Quick. She's the special programs manager that helps coordinate Salem Housing Authority's work with West Valley Housing Authority and the Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency, all working on this rapid rehousing. And so it's pretty impressive. And so I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Further comments? Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, one and all. So I'd first like to congratulate Capitol Pride on an outstanding Pride event they did. They hosted outstanding festivities, all ages, in downtown Salem on Saturday, June 17. I stopped by and just saw a lot of happiness, a lot of joy. I stopped right in the middle of yoga. They had lots of people doing yoga right in the middle of downtown, which is fascinating to me. But no, I just really want to say kudos to them, because it takes a lot to pull off a big event like that. The Salem Public Library was there. I'm very glad to see that city staff and a city organization was boothing at that event. So thank you for the staff for doing that. They didn't take direction from us, but I just appreciate the efforts that the staff do automatically to reach out to our diverse groups in the community. So just want to say hats off to Capitol Pride and all the other organizers for the Pride events. And other than that, I have been busy with a new job, so I won't share a lot of activities there. You can always follow me in my exploits on Facebook. But one motion that I will be bringing, not at this council meeting, but at a future council meeting, is regarding a town hall for South Salem. I'm super excited about that. More to come on that. But I had a very productive meeting with Councilors Nishioka and Gwynn and I. Councilor Phillips was unable to attend that particular day due to his busy schedule. But I would love to see more opportunities for outreach and engagement with our community. So I will be bringing a motion to council, because it takes staff time and money to put these town halls together. We're looking at September. But this is an opportunity for members of the community to ask any of the South Salem councilors questions about anything. We do also have some structured topics in mind: homelessness, affordable housing, transportation, overall engagement with the city. I love seeing all the people in the audience tonight. This is the fullest we've been in a long time. So keep it coming. But I encourage my peers, find opportunities to do town halls and other ways to demonstrate to your community that you're interested in their input. I did a town hall on my own last year, which was a lot of fun. I hosted it at the Salem Public Library, and I highly recommend that every city councilor find a way to do that in their own way. But overall, I just think this is a really wonderful opportunity for issues that impact South Salem writ large to be discussed collectively. Because a lot of folks, they don't care about where Ward 7 boundaries end and where Ward 2 boundaries end. They care about transportation in general for South Salem, or the quality of our parks in general, or the state of homelessness impacting the entire city. So I'm hopeful that council will be supportive of that motion, and I'll be bringing it at a future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank you, Mayor Hoy, and the City Manager, Keith, for joining us at the annual Morningside Neighborhood Association meeting about a week and a half ago. And Mayor, especially for being there, taking questions, and kind of giving a summary of city business to the community. It was well attended, and it was a pleasure to have you both join us there. That was a good time. I guess I would also like to just take a moment to say it was good to see so many of my colleagues at this year's Juneteenth Freedom Fund fundraiser for the local Salem Kaiser NAACP chapter. I probably missed names, but I think the mayor was there, city manager was there, Councilor Nishioka was there, Councilor Nordick was there. I know other people were busy or out of town, but it was a well-attended event. I think it was sold out, about 200 people, and it was a really good, the powerful speaker that night.
Thank you, Councilor. Further comments? Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to add, I did manage to attend the Pride event downtown, and it really was wonderful. A lot of great booths, a lot of great people, and tremendous fun. Before the Pride event, I stopped at the Casa of Marion County superhero run that was very fun to watch. So thank you for that work for Casa. Also managed to stop by the Arches downtown location for a tour and really learned a lot about that I only had pictures in my brain before that moment, so that's a good thing to do. I also, with Councilor Gwynn and Gretchen Bennett with the city, had a tour and a meeting at the new Navigation Center, which opened. And that's encouraging. It's beginning. And it's working for now, I think, as of last week, about 11 folks so far, and that's good news. Well, as the director there shared her work as a licensed clinician, I could relate. A scenario she described in some aspects matched interactions I face many times a week, if not several times daily. People in crisis are easy to find in a variety of places here in Salem. I reside, own a business, and serve on this council representing Ward 6. As I'm sure you are all well aware, a lot happens in our area. At some point in our visit, the director suggested I take one of her classes in de-escalation. If this is actually a possibility, I would welcome the opportunity. It's not my vocation, not my calling, or my career choice, but circumstances being what they are in Marion County, in Salem, Oregon, I am forced to engage for my own safety and sense of security, as well as the safety and security of our guests and employees, not to mention the viability of our business. The director also shared about the importance of keeping an eye on staff members for burnout. As she spoke on this topic, I began to realize her description fit me and others I know. I'm tired, I'm frustrated, and I'm sad for those who suffer. I'm sad for myself too, and all surrounded by people in crisis. I'm not alone, as I'm filled with concern for our very real and lived experience. I have a new grandchild. Her name is Violet. I want better and different for her. I want to change the channel. I want to read a different book, but I can't. I find myself thinking, we need more mental health clinicians. I'm happy to report that CTEC is beginning a mental health, behavioral health program this next fall. I won't have the numbers right. There were 80 spots or so, 150 applied. We need that pipeline for this crisis that we're facing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Jose Gonzalez, City Councilor for Ward 5. I also want to thank the staff of the Salem Multicultural Institute. They hosted the World Beat Festival. As they describe it, two moms, Kathleen and Mona. There was a racist incident 20, 30 years ago, and they took it upon themselves to change things, and look what it's become. And anybody that wants to help, just so you know, the day it ends, the next day they plan next year's. So anybody wants to help, it's time.
Thank you, Councilor. I was really pleased to be able to attend Friday evening for honoring refugees. It was to honor, it was World Refugee Day, and they had a celebration with Salem for Refugees at the opening of World Beat, and I was pleased to be able to be there and address the crowd. And it was really a great event. Saturday was also so many people there, and if you haven't been to World Beat, I definitely recommend it. Are there any other, Councilor Nishioka, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Councilor Nishioka, Ward 2. I wanted to just add to events that haven't been mentioned, that I attended the Sip and Stroll, the fundraiser for Garden Services. Garden Services, we contract with them for many things, our green team, and they do such a great job providing jobs for those that are disabled. So I just want to give a shout out to them. And it was really a fun event because I got to go through businesses that I don't tend to go to, so it was an opportunity to go into local businesses and find some that I'd be happy to go and spend my money on. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any additional comments? All right. Let's see, we are now on to public comment. Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so first up we have Beth Schmidt. If you'd step up to the podium, hit the button so the green light comes on. Please introduce yourself with either your address or your ward. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, the yellow light's going to start flashing, and then when your time's up, the red light will come on. Please end your comments at that time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy, Council Members Stapleton, Nishioka, Phillips, Gwynn, Gonzalez, Hoy, Nordyke, and Varney, and Mr. Staley. My name is Beth Schmidt, and I'm the Safe Routes to School Program Coordinator. I don't have to get my address right.
That's fine, go
But
ahead.
I do live in Salem, and Nishioka is my counselor. Thank you. I'm here tonight in support of the city applying for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. Since beginning my new role as coordinator in October 2022, I have witnessed the powerful impact of pedestrian education, safety, and infrastructure improvements on our students and families. Safe Routes to School programs strive to improve accessibility, walking, bicycling, and rolling to school for students and their communities. I've been actively involved in teaching pedestrian safety in Salem-Keizer Public Schools this year, 2022-2023. This has a direct impact on our children, families, and citizens of Salem. Safe Streets and Roads for All aligns with Safe Routes to School as it provides support to children who walk and roll our streets every day. Even as I work to educate students on the importance of being aware and alert as a pedestrian, Safe Streets and Roads is a lot of safety here. So safe. It's a safe Salem, in fact. Safe Streets and Roads for All would help provide added safety to students. The main goal of pedestrian safety education within Safe Routes to School is to teach them how to look, listen, and cross the street safely. If we can educate students at an early age, we can hopefully help create a community that is aware of the need to act responsibly when driving, walking, or biking to keep everyone safe. Paired with educational safety and the Safe Streets and Roads program, I believe we have a real chance to help mold the future of Salem. One that empowers students and families to feel free to move about the city through many modes of transportation. I urge you to consider children, families, and communities when you are deciding whether to support this grant application. At Safe Routes to School, we are in support of added safety measures to continue keeping students safe as they get to and from school.
Thank you so much. I apologize that the yellow light didn't come on. Our switch person is, anyway. All right, next we have Abisha Stone. If you could hit that button, there you go.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Hoy, councilors, and also staff. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak, and also thank you for your volunteerism and your work in helping our beautiful city to become an even more wonderful city. I really appreciate your time that you devote to that. So I am a resident of the City of Salem, and I'm also a resident of Ward 7. I also work in the City of Salem, and I support businesses in our region in my professional life. In my personal life, I'm a working mother and a community volunteer supporting local families in need. When I first read about the proposed Safe Salem payroll tax, my immediate thoughts were the pressure it would add to our already struggling businesses. Even those businesses who fared well through COVID are still struggling to find workers. This proposed tax puts them in the position of greater competitiveness with companies outside of our city limits for those workers. A realistic assumption is that these businesses may try to absorb the cost, and frankly, they might have to in order to keep core personnel. I speak to business owners every day, and every single one of them has a tipping point when it comes to staying in our region. During the passing of the CAT tax, we saw some businesses leave and others pass those costs on to their customers. In order for a business to stay solvent, they can't absorb all the cost increases they incur every year without increasing their own prices. I'm sure you're familiar with that, helping to manage the city. They ultimately need to pass those expenses to their customers. This increased tax could cause Salem-based businesses to face a competitive disadvantage as they increase their prices to make up for their own budgetary impacts. I've heard mention of keeping up with other large cities in our state in regards to passing this tax. I would hope that instead of being a city who says we're doing it because they are, we would instead be the city who says we are a good place to do business and we want it to stay that way, while preparing to support the businesses and workers who will inevitably leave those other cities. At a very local level, I think of a single mother I know who lives in Salem. This is a real person. I will refer to her as Jane. Jane has 2 children. One of them has autism. Jane has a good job and does consulting on the side to make extra money so she can pay for the therapist her son needs, who isn't covered by her insurance. Jane makes $80,000 a year. She pays 34% of her gross income in taxes. She also pays 35% of her gross income on housing expenses. With a modest $300 a week food budget, and these out-of-pocket medical costs for her son, Joan is left with an extra $160 per month to pay for everything else. If this tax goes through, Jane, that amount would go to $106 per month. Now, we all have really difficult decisions to make, but personally, as a resident of this city, I would be very disappointed if this council did not take this matter of a new tax to a public vote. I absolutely support rehousing.
I apologize, but your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Roger Bell.
Whew, all right. Got to put the old man glasses on. Got turned it off, huh? All
There you go.
We're good. Hi, I'm Roger Bell, Salem, Oregon resident, Ward 4. Been here for 30 years. I'm here to add to my already provided email for those considering support of this ordinance. We're talking about the tax ordinance. I would like you to consider this. When someone takes something that they know doesn't belong to them without the consent of the owner, our society has deemed to call that theft. No matter what the rationale of the thief, it is not acceptable behavior and is punishable under our laws. Telling working people that the city is going to take a portion of their earned income because they have needs for the budget is simply theft of their earnings. If the city has needs that extend beyond its current income, I see 2 options. Ask the city residents, the real residents, do not count the homeless who have taken up to camping in our public areas in the city, to increase the city income via a vote. To get their vote, start by providing them with detailed information regarding operating costs for necessary versus desired versus nice to have services, and explain the impact that can be expected if revenue is not increased for these services. Explain how much revenue is needed to maintain each of the services. Show the proposed reduction in nice to have or desired service levels if the increase is not voted in. You do not reduce or threaten to reduce necessary services. And when this information is provided, make sure that the emotional element is removed from the published data. Provide facts and acceptable solutions. Or cut unnecessary expenses, commonly referred to as pork, from the city budget to keep within the budgeted income that has been approved by the voters. Regardless of the situation, threatening a reduction in necessary services, police, fire, EMS, 911, or paid-for facilities like our city parks, if the citizens don't provide the money requested, is blackmail. Also consider this ordinance would be taking income from people who simply work in Salem in order to pay for a proclaimed city budget shortfall. Many of those people live in the county or other neighboring cities. Again, that's just wrong. One last item. It appears the majority of the money for this ordinance would be directed to a program aimed at homeless people camping inside our city limits. That whole program, I believe, is a misguided attempt to feel good using other people's money. The homeless problem can't be fixed by giving out free stuff. That just encourages more homeless people to come to Salem. It's a bottomless money pit. This council needs to step back.
I apologize, sir, but your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Phil Carver.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, my name is Phil Carver. I'm co-coordinator of Salem 350, or 350 Salem. And my comments here are on the transportation process. You have a $170 million proposed capital improvement plan that has not been through any public process, as near as I can tell. At the Planning Commission, there was an information item on the McGilchrist Street improvements, and it was clear that the McGilchrist Street improvements, which now total $50 million, had been through no open public process. This is not an acceptable way to run a government. To have $170 million committed, at the same time we're going to redo the transportation system plan, at the same time we want Vision Zero. These projects have not been reviewed for those criteria. The transportation system plan is not even done. And to commit to expand the capacity of Salem roads is completely inconsistent with the goals of the Climate Action Plan to reduce emissions by 50% by 2035. You cannot increase the vehicle miles traveled of vehicles and hope that electrification of vehicles will make up for that. The turnover of vehicles is far too slow. And so we're asking that the process not be completely halted. We're asking that $19 million, or roughly $20 million of the projects be put on hold and go through a public hearing process, because these are the projects which expand the capacity of the road system. And it's not clear that they're safe either. When you widen a road, you tend to increase speeds, regardless of the speed limits. So what we're asking is that the city actually have a process for reviewing the consistency of the transportation investments with respect to the council's climate greenhouse gas reduction goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Stapleton.
Hi, Phil. Thank you so much for coming down. I just wanted to speak to this a little bit, because I think maybe there's been some misunderstanding. I know that the CIP process does have a public hearing process through the budget. So we have had a public hearing on the CIP. And although I really appreciate all of your work and 350's work as well on this, and as you know, this is a passion project of mine, to end deaths on our roads and to really get better transparency and more equity within our transportation system. And I wanted you to know that we are working very hard as a council on those goals. And with the help of staff, really feeling supported in the climate action response and through the TSP. The Transportation Master Plan update process, which could take 2 to 3 years to complete. And so really having the CIP process or the capital improvement plan, that's a yearly thing that happens. And what I'm running into, and I think what you're feeling too, is being in the messy middle, where we're recognizing that our transportation master plan is not where we want it to be right now, right? We did that last, Brian, I'm looking at you, maybe 12 years ago was the last time we updated that. And so much has changed, right? And so we're having all of these projects get funded and constructed while we still are seeing change that we want to make within the system itself. But that change is going to take time. And so I love that you are in this messy middle with me, because it is frustrating, and I know that you're frustrated by it as well. But know that we are all working really hard to change this, and I have been very bolstered and confident in the process that we do have in place for the CIP, although I still want to make it better. So I'm hopeful that you and I can maybe talk outside of chambers and figure out how best to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. I apologize on this if I missed the next name. Nick, is it Farley? 40. I was debating between 40 and Farley. I couldn't quite tell. I apologize. If you hit that green button and introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Nick 40, 2165 Turning Street, West Salem. This is about item 5A, adoption of the city neighborhood traffic management plan. Thank you, Mayor Hoy and city councilors, for the opportunity to testify before you tonight. I would like to support, on behalf of the Neighborhood Association, the Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan. However, we'd like to advocate for 4 what we consider minor refinements to the plan. So I'll just go through those very quickly. I've already provided these in written email. First, on page 6, we note that there's limited funding, so there'll be a top 10 locations identified. What we would urge is consideration of low-cost and quickly implemented solutions that may offer some relief to neighborhood traffic, even if it's not a complete solution, so you can maximize the distribution of those funds around the city. Page 7 notes the city may conduct before and after studies. While we recognize cost and staff implications, we'd strongly support periodic assessment of this program so you can document critical outcomes such as expected reductions in speeds and traffic volumes. Page 11 notes the city does not have the authority to change the process for setting designated speed limits. While this is true, I think there's a big opportunity here for the city staff to be able to work within the confines of the Oregon administrative rules to set local speed limits according to those rules. This would provide a city-initiated process and be more responsive to managing speed limits within the city. I think that's very important. And finally, we'd strongly encourage use of traffic calming in new developments. As you're well aware, West Salem has a lot of new developments going on, and we think this neighborhood traffic management plan can, if you use these principles, they can include proactively rather than reactively addressing some of these problems that we have. So we think there are important opportunities to create already calm neighborhoods with new development proposals. So these are the 4 what we consider minor changes to the plan, which I think would really strengthen it. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you tonight.
Thank you for your comments. I would just mention, I think it was related to your first comment, that we do have a process where we look at projects. Like right now, we have a bond oversight committee where we're looking at projects, and then some of these other projects that are in the works as well, to look at ways where we can reduce costs and maximize the dollars. So a project might not be at the top of the list, or it might not be at the top of the list, but we might pull it to the top of the list because we're doing other nearby work. And so in order to maximize all of the dollars, we'll pull it up from wherever it is on the list and get it done in association with that other work. So that is happening. It doesn't outline it in this particular document, but that is work that's happening, just so you're aware. Okay. I appreciate your comments, for sure. Thank you. Thank you. Clifford Eifler Rodriguez.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Clifford Eifler Rodriguez. I live in Ward 7. Today I'm speaking about specifically the Safe Salem, the first reading of that. Of that upcoming payroll tax law has already been said, and reading through the comments on the agenda, a lot's been emailed. You're going to hear a lot more. Right now you don't have the trust of the community because you're asking us for more money. more money, because we're headed towards accepting a budget, the proposed budget. And I've sat through those budget meetings. And you put in the work to listen to what city staff presented to you, and primarily you're pushing towards a budget that we're trying to maintain all services at their current levels. Okay, that's not working. And then you're coming and asking us for more money for something that's not working. You hear about all the issues around the city. You are aware of those issues. You go, you take tours, you spend your time around the city, and it's clearly not working. And you're asking us for more money without actually putting into place programs and changes in policy that will result in change. I'm happy to hear about the Navigation Center. That's great that that's online. Those are the type of services we do need to address a humanitarian crisis on our streets. But you're asking us for more money, and the possibility that you would pass this tax without public input, that's pretty ludicrous. So I hope, as you consider this reading, we talk about that ask, and you start thinking about what that ask is. And I'll dial, we talked last time. I'll dial it down. The police and the fire department take up 60% of the city's budget. They will take $16 million from this tax of 27. $16 million. They have repeatedly communicated that they do not have the capacity to answer the amount of calls. For example, the fire department takes 22,000 medical calls a year. 2 out of every 3 calls for the fire department is medical call. Chief is on the record of not being willing to implement more nimble response models. They did it up in Tualatin. They saved money. They saved 1 paramedic in 1 car to those type of calls. We send a $1 million fire truck with 4 firefighters that cost $83,000 a year. And that's just when you enter the fire department. You're not asking the biggest departments to scale back, and you're not presenting better options. Stop asking for money.
Thank you. Ronnie Daniels.
God bless you, God. Love you, folks.
I'm sorry, you turned the mic off. Yeah. Hit it one more time. There you go.
My name is Ronnie Downs. I live off of Highway 22 in Polk County. I spend about 64% of my money in your city. I watch your city and county budget per dollar on your property taxes, $3.62 per thousand. We just raised ours in Polk County to $1.74,000. What's the difference? Polk County, we still have business, but the cat tax is affecting everybody. We're getting ready to lose Marquis Spas to Nevada. 2, you're enabling criminality, where in Polk County, we prosecute. We have only 14 officers to cover 1,200 square miles of ground. Number 3, y'all budget in 2010 under Janet Taylor was only $88 million. Y'all been drinking this Kool-Aid that we've been serving up through this state of free money, free grants. We went from being budgetary to where we're trying to appease to match the federal and state money and grants given to the cities and counties and states. That's why you went from a $54.4 billion budget in the state to where we over, almost $100 billion or more, counting federal money, instead of 1 to 3 parts of our state and local money, instead of, and 1 part federal. We have turned that upside down. Your criminality in the city, I just went through and stopped a burglar shoplifting $580, including them Ginzu, those Ninja pots and pans. Y'all got to stop it. The homeless, I grew up, what you're seeing today, I grew up 50 years ago. You, right now with Senate Bill 1510, 2020, my law enforcement officers cannot do their job in your city or the sheriffs in this area. 2, your DA has become complacent. Number 3, all the money we give to these various nonprofits are not held accountable. This guy that we caught, the husband, the lady and wife, they was part of a drug program from Arches. 4th time arrested. Now, how much more can the people take? Are you going to keep giving these platitudes like Julius Caesar, Jezebel, and Ahab? Or are you going to be a lion and hold and stand for the people? Let's get your budget and reality check, rebalance it back down, make sure your law enforcement, your health services, and your infrastructure is the first 3 priorities for your taxpayers. No more money. Because if you start doing what Portland did as a flagger of 13 and a half years till 2020, my budget, I had $1,400 more in my pocket. Right now, it's cost me roughly $5,000 a year as of February of 2021 to the present. Now, my last question is this. You know that there's going to be a 7% tax on our health care starting in 2026. You got all these other issues that's coming about. Y'all need to look ahead, take care of, be like Bob Wells, who was the former city manager, and bring it back in check and make sure our law enforcement and the people in the city, in your county, so that way you don't become like the cornhole in Portland, where it's a cesspool. God bless you. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have anybody signed up for online comments? No. Great. All right. On to the consent calendar. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. I move approval of the consent calendar with the exceptions of item 3.2A, pulled by me, item 3.2B, pulled by Councilor Hoy, and item 3.3C, pulled by Councilor Hoy.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Would you like me to read it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So on the consent calendar, we have item 3.1A, the June 12th, 2023 draft City Council minutes. Item 3.2C, a transfer of fiscal year 2023 budget appropriations in the general fund and the police regional records fund. Item 3.3A, the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2028. Item 3.3B, the intergovernmental agreement with Marion County for communication and dispatch services for the 2023 St. Paul Rodeo. Item 3.3D, the collective bargaining agreement between the city and 911 Communication Employees Association. Item 3.3E, the collective bargaining agreement between the city and Salem City Attorneys Bargaining Unit. Item 3.3F, the compensation adjustment for classification of crime analyst, environmental compliance tech, and a 911 communication shift supervisor. Item 3.3G, the cooperative agreement with the Siletz tribe to provide municipal services to the tribe's planned affordable housing development located at 3390 Blossom Drive, Northeast Salem, which is really exciting. And then our addition that we had tonight, which is item 3.3J, the collective bargaining agreement between the city and Salem Professional Firefighters International Association of Firefighters, Local 314, AFL-CIO. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Councilor, I think we have 3.3H and 3.3I as well.
And, well, I thought we were going to go to Z.
I'm sorry?
No, it was a joke. Sorry. Do we have more? More.
3.3H is an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Oregon Office of the Fire Marshal for Regional Hazardous Materials Emergency Response. And 3.3I is the Regional Traffic Control Center intergovernmental agreement with the Oregon Department of Transportation.
Okay. I don't have that, but great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Further discussion? Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you. Just consistent with my practice during the Budget Committee meetings, I'd like to renew the potential conflict of interest that I declared for the CIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. On to public hearings. So we have item 4A.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to consider a proposal, planning case number CA23-02, to eliminate the Saginaw Street, Superior Rural, Oxford West, Nob Hill, Oxford, Hoyt, and Hoyt-McGilcrest overlay zones. The criteria applicable to the legislative zone change is SRC 265.010D, and SRC 110.085B for the legislative amendment to the Unified Development Code. Testimony must be directed toward the identified criteria or other criteria the person believes to apply to the decision. The hearing will be conducted with the staff presentation first, followed by interested persons. Neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes per association, and other individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Austin Ross and his team of support folks there behind him waiting to.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Austin Ross. I'm presenting the staff report for case number CA 23-02. I'd like to enter the staff report and this presentation into the record. The proposal this evening is to eliminate 5 overlay zones located within the scanned neighborhood, and this responds to a motion passed by Council at their November 22nd, 2022 meeting. The project area is just south of downtown. The Saginaw Street overlay zone is just west of Commercial Street and a little bit north of the others. The other 4 are all adjacent to Commercial Street and contiguous a little bit further south. There are no changes proposed to the base zoning through this ordinance. The existing zoning in the Saginaw Street overlay is mixed use 1, that's that dark purple color. And adjacent to that, that orange color is multifamily residential 2. That light blue periwinkle color is mixed use 2. And that covers the Superior Rural and Oxford West Nob Hill, as well as parts of the Oxford Hoyt and Hoyt McGilchrist overlay zones. That yellow color is single family residential. There's a portion of the Oxford Hoyt overlay zone with that zoning. And that little bit darker purple is mixed use 3, and that covers a portion of the Hoyt McGilchrist overlay zone. These overlay zones were created back in the 80s in response to a project to widen Commercial Street. At the time, some residential zoning was changed to commercial zoning, and the overlay zones were intended to mitigate any potential adverse effects that properties had on adjacent residential land as they converted to commercial uses. At the time, the base zoning in this area was a mix of commercial office and retail commercial. That's since changed through the Salem project to what you just saw. And the neighborhood context and community priorities have sort of shifted over the last 40 years as well. Through the Salem project, we heard a desire to see more walkable mixed-use development in the city to help reduce our overall greenhouse gas emissions, and especially close to frequent transit on a corridor like this. There are 2 primary restrictions that these overlay zones apply that I want to talk about this evening. The first is the height limit that it imposes. So there's a maximum height of 35 feet, which is the same as our single-family zone. And then it also provides an additional setback adjacent to the streets that are just off of Commercial Street. So Saginaw Street to the west and West Nob Hill Street to the east. I'll start with maximum height. So as I mentioned, all 5 overlay zones have a 35-foot maximum. The base zoning allows a few different maximum heights, and they're all in line with some of our other commercial zones in Salem, and we find these zones all over the city, and so it wouldn't be out of context with what we see on other major corridors. To give everybody kind of an idea of what development might look like without these overlay zones, I tried to pull some examples that kind of line up with each different base zone. So the one on the left there is just across the street here. It's a 5-story building, and that's about, or it is 63 feet. That's about as much as you would see in the MU1 zone. The next example, going left to right, is a building that's still under construction down at Rubitz and Liberty. It's 4 stories, and that's about the most you would see in the MU2 zone. The next example is the Marion County and Chariots building downtown, and it's 70 feet, and that's the highest you would see in the MU3 zone. And then that last example is the tallest building right now in the overlay zones, and it's a 3-story. So that gives you an idea of kind of the types of development potential that could exist, though it wouldn't require buildings to be developed to this height. It's just what the market would dictate. Moving on to setbacks, there are kind of 2 elements to take into consideration. So I mentioned those setbacks adjacent to the streets, one off of commercial. If those were eliminated, the mixed-use 1 and 2 zones have a 0 to 10-foot setback adjacent to streets. But it's important to understand that when there's a double frontage lot, so for example, a lot that had frontage on both commercial and West Nob Hill Street, that setback only applies to the higher classification street. So adjacent to commercial, you would have a 0 to 10-foot setback, and then that setback wouldn't apply to West Nob Hill, and it could be larger. The mixed-use 3 zone has a little bit wider range, so 5 to 30 feet. And again, we would expect development to happen closer to commercial, though in this zone it could be on the lower classification street as well. The other element is that the base zones now, these mixed-use zones, have a setback that increases as buildings get taller. So the higher the building, the further it has to be from an adjacent residential zone. And that applies when 2 properties are directly touching each other or across an alley, but it doesn't apply across streets. Okay, so in terms of some of the city's broader priorities, this proposal does have some implications. The map on this screen shows the Chariots core network in red, so that's our core transit lines, as well as the city's zoning. And so by allowing taller buildings here, we allow the potential for more housing density, especially close to those core transit lines that we have. That helps reduce the need to drive as people can walk to meet more of their daily needs. Taller buildings, denser buildings also tend to have a lower greenhouse gas emissions footprint per housing unit. It also allows some flexibility in the market to dictate what might be feasible based on market conditions and individual properties and what they can accept. It is worth acknowledging that this could have some impacts on adjacent uses, whether it's more people parking on our public streets or whether it's taller buildings overlooking someone's backyard. Those are real consequences, but it's also worth understanding that this wouldn't be unique to these locations. We have zoning all over the city where mixed-use zoning is adjacent to residential zoning. So further south on Commercial and Liberty, on Lancaster, Market Street, Silverton Road, north of downtown, and in West Salem, these same sorts of adjacent zones exist. So removing these overlays wouldn't create impacts that are unique to this location, but they are worth considering. We've received a fair bit of testimony about this proposal. The SCAN Neighborhood Association has requested to maintain the 35-foot maximum height, but they'd be willing to let go of the other development standards in the zone or the overlay zones. Other comments have aligned with SCAN's request or have opposed the proposed change due to concerns about traffic and parking, infrastructure improvements, things like changes in property value, and then just the overall livability and compatibility of the potential future development. Though we also received one comment in support of the proposal because it aligns with the city's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals, as well as encouraging more walkable development. So staff's recommendation is to advance Ordinance Bill number 5-23 for the purpose of eliminating the Saginaw Street, Superior Rural, Oxford West Nob Hill, Oxford Hoyt, and Hoyt McGilchrist overlay zones to second reading. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment and then we'll come back for questions to you, Austin. Thank you for your presentation. 3 minutes. All right, so just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. When we call you up, hit the green button so the microphone comes on, and the yellow light will flash when you have a minute left, and then the red light will come on when your time's up. If you would end your comments at that time, I would appreciate it. First up, we have Evan West, and we have a total of 6 people signed up. Evan West?
Thank you. I was asking our neighborhood association representative if she wanted to go first. Some of my comments might make a little less sense in that context, but I'll go ahead
Thank you.
anyway.
We're just going to go in order,
Thank you.
though.
I appreciate it. I'm Evan West. I'm a resident of Ward 7. Mayor Hoy and members of the City Council, I'm standing before you today that you please hear and ask that you please hear and please move forward with the request that will be made by the SCAN Neighborhood Association, which is to maintain the existing building height requirement in the 5 overlay zones. Unfortunately, I feel that much of what Mr. Ross said is untrue. Height requirement is critically important in our neighborhood, and to provide just one example of why, from the top of Rural Avenue to West Dobb Hill, there is roughly 100 feet of elevation change. That's a unique topographical challenge in our valley community. I joined my neighborhood association colleagues in knocking on doors to canvass neighbors and hear their thoughts and opinions on this matter, and neighbors were nearly unanimous. Time after time, I heard neighbors say, "We absolutely do want mixed-use development. We absolutely do want more residential housing, and we absolutely do want transit-oriented development." Every neighbor also said something along the lines of, "We want City Council to do this in a way that preserves the unique human scale of our neighborhood and our community. We're not New York City, we're not even Portland, and we shouldn't pretend or try to be." What was most concerning to me was the sheer volume of neighbors who said, "We're very worried that City Council will call us elitists, say it's all about NIMBYism, or simply ignore us entirely." I assured my neighbors that City Council is thinking about the future of our community, the best future of our community, and is absolutely capable of hearing our very reasonable request. Our request is that while you rightfully seek to establish equity in planning and development citywide, please do not confuse it with equality. One size will never fit all in city planning. I want to thank you for demonstrating to your constituents today that you have concern for maintaining human scale in our community, and perhaps even more importantly, that you're able to hear their requests and meet their needs as I have assured them. Thank you for your service to our community. Are there any questions for me?
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you so much for coming down. Could you explain human scale for me?
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm an architectural historian by trade and education, so I threw in a technical term there. Human scale is planning and development that is designed for humans, out of cars, humans interacting with our landscape and our built environments. What that means, to give an example of the contrary, I know that's not what's happening here, but a skyscraper is out of human scale. We can't interact with buildings that are beyond our own magnitude. And that doesn't mean communities that have skyscrapers have failed in that regard. Large cities thrive because of their thriving public transit. New York City, Boston, et cetera, have incredible public transit cores. And it's different in building vertically in communities that do not have that yet. So that's a very brief description of what human scale means. It means a landscape designed for humans to interact with on foot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West, for your comments. I have a question for you, and actually I'm going to have the same question for everybody who's going to be speaking tonight, because this is the thing I'm struggling with when I'm considering this. Why are these properties, and it's not a lot of properties, it's a pretty limited number when you consider it in context of the whole city. Why should we treat these properties differently than we treat the entire rest of our city? Why is it different? So if everybody could, I'm going to ask you if you don't address it in your comments, because that's what I'm struggling with, is like, what's unique about these properties that the rest of the city, I mean.
That's a great question.
Yeah,
I think there's a number of potential answers. I'll stick with what I've mentioned already, which is that in this part of SCAN, there's a huge amount of topographical change, which means even a 4-story building creates a huge impact on both sides of the elevation change. On one side, it impacts sunrise lights. On the other side, it impacts sunset lights. The neighbors who, a lot of neighbors in this community are micro farmers, grow fruits and vegetables, and would be heavily impacted by that change alone. That's something that stands out to me. And again, a building in that location where it's visible, the height change from both sides changes the human scale. That's what matters to me, is you can see, when you look out, instead of seeing the valley community, you see buildings separating one part of the community from another. That doesn't happen in most parts of our community. Our topographical challenges are fairly unique. That's my
Thank you.
answer.
Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That answered my question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. West? Councilor Stapleton.
Sorry, thank you. So you were mentioning that the skyscraper analogy with amazing transit, right?
Yeah.
I agree with that. What if we wanted to create amazing transit?
That's good. You'll forgive my pessimism, but I don't see Salem developing transit that would match even Portland's scale anytime in the immediate future.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree on that one. Thank you.
It's a part of human scale was born out of the desire to overcome the antiquated notion that more vertical building would mean getting people out of cars. It doesn't happen that way. When we visit large cities, we see it's the transit that makes them survivable still.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Stutheit.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Matthew Stutheit. I'm a 12-year resident and property owner on West Nob Hill Street, affected by the elimination of the Hoyt-McGill-Crest overlay zone. I just came to speak in opposition to this proposal, and I have only a few comments. Like the person before me, I went out and canvassed neighbors in my immediate neighborhood to see and get input on what people thought, and generally the consensus seemed unanimous. I won't speak for them. Some are here and signed up to speak, but of personal note, I have concerns regarding the removal of the requirements for landscaping and screen walls. Directly across from my property is a beautiful wall maintained by the Ford dealership, has great landscaping. They take great good care of it, and I think it's helped reinforce a positive coexistence between that business and us residents on the other side. There were a lot of concerns about parking and noise, that if those walls were to go away and larger businesses were to come into the neighborhood, and how overcrowded the neighborhood could become in the future with those developments. We're already pretty busy with respect to parking and employees, but I think we're at a place that's comfortable. And just a comment, this overlay zone has been in place for 30 years, and I do believe that businesses have successfully operated under those requirements for development. And top concern, I believe, for at least myself, would be the potential for new adverse effects of development within the area. And in terms of walkability, I've been a long time, I rent to several tenants, and have had many people rent from me who are walking only, and they've had great success in the neighborhood, available groceries and public transit and that sort of thing. So that's all I have for comments. Decline to answer your question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? And did you say you declined to answer my question?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful. Raj Sharak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Raj Sharak. I'm here representing the South Central Association of Neighbors, which is primarily in Ward 2, but some is also in Ward 7 and Ward 3. SCAN requests council to retain the 5 overlay zones, but to simplify them by stripping out all the development standards except for the 35-foot maximum building height standard. And we feel, well, you have SCAN's written testimony with you. I'd like to emphasize just 2 points. We feel that these overlay zones are still needed. As you know, they were originally enacted to minimize the impacts of the non-residential uses on existing residential uses, and that need still exists. When this area was rezoned recently to multi-use, yes, they put in the zone-to-zone setbacks when residential uses abutted, as staff pointed out, but those protections do not help or apply to any of the residents that live across the street from any of these overlay zones. For example, if I can get my cursor to move, the top one here, maybe I'm not going to use that. The Saginaw Street Overlay Zone, for example, if that overlay went away, the people that live across the street from Saginaw could be looking at a 65-foot building with 0-foot setback from Saginaw. That's a big impact. The same is true as you come on south to all those overlay zones. On the east side of Commercial, same thing. The residents across from the MU2 development without the overlay could be looking at a 55-foot building with 0 feet setback. And then the folks on down to the lowest overlay, they would be looking at up to a 70-foot building with a 5-foot setback. So those are significant impacts. And that's why we feel those overlay zones are still needed. The second point is Salem recently updated its comprehensive plan, and the Land Conservation and Development Commission has acknowledged that plan as being in compliance with all the statewide planning goals, with Salem's housing needs analysis, and with Salem's economic opportunities analysis, with these existing overlay zones in place. These overlay zones do nothing to prevent Salem from meeting its needs. And in addition, with the update of the plan, 1,600 new acres of multi-use zoning was put in place. Now, we didn't have a documented need for 1,600 acres, but instead the city enacted all of that to provide maximum flexibility and opportunity for multi-use development to locate along the major arterials and the frequent transit corridor, and that's a good thing. But with all that, so the few blocks under the overlay zones are such a tiny part of all the acres zoned for mixed use that it just doesn't make a dent in the amount of mixed use development that can occur, certainly citywide, but also within SCAN. SCAN has its fair share of multi-use zoning. You can see all the multi-use zoning. It lines both sides of Commercial Street there. But this map shows only a northern part of SCAN. SCAN's boundary extends further south down to Vista Avenue southeast, and all along Commercial, on down to that southern boundary and beyond. Commercial is lined with mixed-use 3 zoning. So the few blocks that are covered by the overlay zones represent such a small amount of the overall multi-use zones available for development. And we feel that by retaining these overlay zones, it has no impact on the amount of mixed-use development that can occur. But eliminating those zones does have a significant impact on the residents that live across the street from them and have no other buffer or protection from the mixed-use zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Roz. Are there any questions? Councilor Nishioka.
Yes, Ross, thank you for coming and providing your testimony. I do have a question. When we met, we talked about how you had people go out and talk to residences in the area, some of which were not in the perimeter of being notified about these potential zone changes. And I would like you to elaborate a bit on that.
Okay, well, yeah, in this case, public notice, your legal, well, first there was staff did send an informational brochure about the potential, this planned elimination of the overlay zones. That was sent to only the property owners within the overlay zones. It wasn't even sent to the surrounding residents, in spite of the fact that the very purpose of these overlay zones, as stated in the code, is to minimize impacts of non-residential on the residents. The purpose of them is to protect the surrounding residents. So they didn't get that. So SCAN did make an effort to put, some flyers and go around, talk to folks to let them know council had this in mind. And then when the legal notice of this public hearing was sent, same thing. It went only to the people inside those overlay zones. It didn't go to anybody outside the zone, even folks that technically are, considered abutting the overlay zone and do get some protections from the zone-to-zone setbacks in the multi-use zones, as staff pointed out. So anyway, the very people these zones were enacted to help received no notice from the city at all. And so SCAN did what we could to notify people, and I'm gratified to see a lot of people here. And the petition I sent with you, it had 42 names, and as the mayor mentioned, there's not a whole lot of blocks of, with these overlay zones, but the vast majority, practically everyone, was opposed, once they heard about it, was opposed to eliminating the zones. Thanks.
Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for your testimony. I just want to confirm or dispute the Saginaw specifications, a 65-foot building with no, what was the word you used?
Setback?
No setback. Is that accurate? Is that a real thing?
Yeah,
okay.
Well, it's the underlying zone itself. The mixed-use 1 zone allows buildings up to 65 feet high and allows no setback. I mean, you don't have to have, there's no minimum, well, how do I say this? It could be not set back from its own property line at all.
Okay.
The building could be put right on that line.
And in addition, if is a 2-story home 35 feet? I'm not an architect. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Is that, what is 35 feet? Is that about a 2-story home? And 65 would be a business with 4
Counselor,
floors?
you may want to save those more technical questions for staff.
I'm just trying to visualize.
Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Counselor Stapleton.
Thank you. Thank you, Ross. Good to see you. Quick question for you. Several of you have mentioned the canvassing, which is great. My question for you is, since we have MU 1, 2, and 3 all over the city, did you venture into any other areas of town that are zoned for this and asked the neighbors next to those what they thought of the overlay zones in SCAN?
No.
It'd be interesting. It would be an interesting conversation to have.
My guess is they wouldn't even know about them unless,
Yeah, it's a very unique situation. Yeah. Thank you.
So, Roz, do you care to give my question a shot? What's different about this area?
Well, first of all, we wouldn't be here at all asking for some kind of new overlay zone that provided different standards than the underlying mixed-use zones. We just wouldn't do that. But since these overlays exist and have existed for over 3 decades, we do think it's important to protect that status quo. Properties within the overlay zones and immediately outside them have been bought and sold over the decades under the current set of rules. People knew what they were buying into or selling, and when you change the zoning like this, it does shift the balance. It creates winners and losers. And unfortunately, in this case, the losers are the residents bordering the multi-use zones, but that do not benefit from any additional setback that the zone-to-zone standards would otherwise provide. So it just has a severe impact on the existing residents. And the other thing that comes to mind is SCAN is an old neighborhood. Up near that top one, the Saginaw Street overlay zone, there's homes up there that have been there since the early 19-teens, and there's several historic homes up there too. So old neighborhood, the single-family residents were there first, and then commercial development moved south, and with the widening of commercial, as staff noted, some of the single-family zoned properties were rezoned to commercial retail that, creates that intensity and impact. So older neighborhoods, I think, are unique in that. Very old, existing, single-family development, and then the commercial development comes along, and it's like, can't you protect that single-family development? I would guess North Salem, close in North Salem, could have some of the same situations, but I don't think that is typical, throughout the city at all.
So, Roz, I don't know if you're aware of it, but before our Salem, we had overlay zones throughout the city. There were a lot of them, and they were all eliminated during the our Salem process, except these. So all the entire city had their overlay zones eliminated, except the ones that we're talking about tonight. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, but those
Okay.
overlay zones serve different purposes than these.
True.
So it
True.
was really different reasons, and anyway, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Thank you, Roz. So you were talking about winners and losers. And you talked about who the losers would be. And I was wondering if you could talk to me about who the winners would be.
Well, probably the property owners in those overlay zones who will be upzoned in effect. Their
And-
property values will increase, residentials will likely decrease property values.
So the property owners, what about if they're developed to have multifamily, do you think the people who live in those multifamily units would also be winners? You have a beautiful neighborhood.
What was that last?
You have a beautiful neighborhood. I think they would be winners.
Well, possibly. I mean, I guess I don't know about that. But it's still, I mean, it changes the balance. And again, it's the minor amount of properties, of blocks we're talking about. In the overall scheme of things, it's just such a minor thing to change what's already in place.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, and could I just mention, all of commercial is multi-use zoned. There could be plenty of, high buildings with multifamily and other commercial located all up and down commercial within SCAN. So, which is the plan, apparently. Yeah.
Thank you, Roz.
Thank you.
Donna Cowan.
Good evening. My name is Donna Cowan, and I'd like to thank you all for being here today. I live on the corner of West Nob Hill and Judson. I've lived there for 23 years. I've been in Salem my entire life. The things that I have here that I'm concerned about are, I know they sound wah, 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 and they sound namby-pamby, but they're not. The structures that I'm concerned about being taller. I have a large window in my front living room, and that's what I count on for light in the winter. Sun deprivation is a real thing for me. It's a real thing for a lot of people here in Oregon, in the Great Northwest, simply because we have very few hours of sunlight in the winter. Vitamin D is our friend. The other thing is very few of the businesses that are currently in place don't have adequate parking for customers, and so they park all around our neighborhood. Quite often, I'll get ready to leave my yard, and I can't get out of the yard because that last car just had to squeeze in there. Yeah, they might be small, but they still hang over, and so when you try to pull out, I can't get out because of the car that's on the opposite side of the street and the cars that are blocking the driveway. So I wait. No, I quit putting nasty notes on their window shields 23 years ago. It also would create more congestion to have the bigger, taller businesses because you've got more customers coming in. They have to park someplace. They can't park in the business areas because there are no parking spots for them. So they would have to park on the streets. That also creates more congestion, more trash, and I frequently. Every time I go for a walk, I pick up trash. Oops. Okay, so let's see. I guess I can skip all that and he can read it himself. What about turning the money that would be spent on this, how about turning it into something more positive, like helping out the tiny home communities? And bottom line is I feel that we can do more and show our city in a better progressive light by fixing what we already have, like the vacant businesses. Fix those up. Get the businesses that want to come in, move into there. There's a parking lot right down the street from me, from the car lot, that's completely empty, been empty for a while. It could be made better use of. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Carol Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm Carol Mitchell, Ward 2. I am directly impacted because my property abuts, and no, I did not receive any information from the city, so I'm grateful to SCAN for alerting me to this. I've heard a lot about traffic safety, walkability tonight. This directly contradicts that in this particular area. The proposal as offered would add an even bigger clog at a major intersection, Liberty, Commercial, and Rural, where the city has refused to add a left turn lane, where you risk your life crossing the street. Kids have been hit in that intersection, bicyclers. I've seen people run red lights at that intersection. This would add even more traffic if you add urban density, whether it's shops with customers, businesses, additional high-rise residents. Visitors use Rural Street to access Fairmount Park. It is a lovely neighborhood. As Roz said, people built homes there back in the early 1900s and have maintained those over the century as lovely residences under previous city rules. Saginaw is the only north-south street through the hill. We always get traffic when Commercial is backed up or when River Road and Owen Street back up. People trying to find their way through that area. The alley behind Saginaw and Commercial is narrow. It is one lane. It serves various buildings which do not have their own parking. If you add high-rise with more parking or only limited access to parking, you're going to clog up the alley, which then backs up the street onto Rural and into Commercial. There is no room. There are a significant number of comments which you have received, which are here tonight. There are others which did not make it into your packet. I don't know if they were received too late. They went astray. Please read the comments, not only from the neighbors on Fairmount, but other neighborhoods as well. I ask you to consider the neighborhood as a whole and the impact on the wider community with the traffic and the safety issue and the walkability issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you. Peter Burgell.
Mayor Hoy, members of the council, my name is Peter Burgell, and I live at 1850 Saginaw, just a few doors up from Carroll. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening about this proposed overlay change. I'm concerned about the change that would allow taller buildings, and only about that part. I don't want to see those constructed along Commercial Street. And I understand this is being proposed in order to promote greater density within the urban growth boundary, and I support that goal. I think that's a good idea. However, this particular change seems ill-advised for these reasons. The alley between Commercial and Saginaw on the block that I live on, has, I counted them, has space for 21, has parking spaces for 21 vehicles in one block. So there's a lot of traffic that goes up and down that alley, and that doesn't even count the people who have garages. There's a couple garages on the other side of the alley. So there's a lot of traffic up and down that alley, and those parking spaces are pretty much all filled every day. So I don't know where you're going to put people who are going to inhabit buildings that are 4 stories high. We currently only have 2-story buildings along there. I think there might be 1 3-story. but mostly it's 2 stories there. And I don't know where they're going to go. But it seems very clear that the effect of that would be negative for everybody who backs up to that alley, which includes us. The 3-story buildings that are already permitted along Commercial, none of them have been built yet, but it seems to me that that would provide plenty of density for that space. You don't have to go to 4-story and 5-story even, 65 feet, in order to increase the density. There's already plenty of potential for increasing the density there. Asking who the losers are, we have a vegetable garden, an extensive one that we've put a lot of work and a lot of investment into. A 4-story building was going to block our morning sun from that, and so I have a personal opinion about that. And that morning sun is important to the viability of our crops. It was already mentioned that we've talked to a lot of the neighbors about this. Everybody's against it, just about. You said you have one comment in favor of it. So for these reasons, I ask you to retain the current height limit in the new overlay regulation. As was already said, Salem's not New York, and we don't want to be New York. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Burgell. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Do you want to ask your question, Mayor?
Do you want to address it?
Well, I think that Ross pointed out the most salient points, why this is different. It's not that it is different, it's that what you're proposing is kind of a bait and switch thing over a long period of time that the city has done, which is to say, oh, we're going to make this a mixed-use area in the 1980s, and then we're going to put this overlay in order to protect you folks that live up in this area, and then later on you say, okay, now we're going to take that away again. And I don't know why other people in other overlaid zones have not been here complaining about that, but we are. So.
Well, yes,
that's my answer to that.
And others do as well. And here's the challenge. Do you know what the population of Salem was in 1980?
Well, I understand that.
We have a lot more people.
Yeah.
We have a lot more people coming, and we have to find places to put people. And so that's my dilemma. It was a sincere question when I asked. I really want to know what is different about this area, because if I could come up with a solid reason to maintain these overlay zones, I would vote to do that. I haven't heard it yet.
I think one of the answers might be...
Hold on just one second. I haven't heard it yet. I'm still
open
to hearing. Hold on, let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
Because we have, I'm very sensitive to how it might impact you. I am. And I'm sensitive to how all of our height restrictions and limits affect everyone in the community. And when we have lower limits in some places, that means that we're going to have to put people who would live in those 2 stories that we're not going to build in that neighborhood, we're going to have to put them somewhere else, which means somebody else is going to have a taller building. Yeah. And so they're going to be impacted. And so I have to try to figure out what's the right balance, and that's what I'm trying to gauge. Like, what's the balance to achieve all the goals that we have in terms of density? And, I don't want to impact anybody's property, but somehow I'm going to. Whether I vote yes, I'm going to impact yours. If I vote no, I'm going to impact other neighborhoods. And so I'm trying to figure out what is the best course here.
Yeah, I understand where you hung there, and it is a problem, and we're all facing the increasing population. I certainly understand that. But as I said, there's already potential to go up another story from where we are. And so for quite a while, that covers that concern about expansion in that particular area. And the other thing is, because that's true, it would seem to me that a reasonable thing to do would be to say, we're going to change that regulation in X years, but we're not going to change it right now. We're going to change it in X years. Therefore, somebody who buys your property is going to know that is going to happen, and if it concerns them, they'll be able to have some notice about it. So that would be one way to affect that.
Thank you, Mr. Burgell. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. All right, that concludes public comment. So now we'll, oh, I'm seeing a hand. Did you want to sign up, Lori?
Can I?
Can she? Yes, come on down. And Lori, we already had a representative from your neighborhood association, so you get the standard 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll just speak as a representative, and I am a SCAN board member too.
Yes.
I'll answer your question at the end too of my opinions on
Please
it.
do.
I am in opposition of this proposal. I support keeping the 35-foot limit. As a SCAN board member, I was one of the people who went out in the Saginaw Streets area, and some of those homes that, I mean, if we take a look, they're some of the oldest homes in Salem. And some of them were built like 1910, 1920, or some of them may have been sooner. I mean, some or earlier. Some people weren't home when we went there. There wasn't anyone in favor of it. There wasn't anyone who had heard about it. So I'm not directly in that area, but I have lived in the SCAN neighborhood for 20 years, so I know the neighborhood well. I know that there are areas now where the streets are so old and people park on both sides of the street, so only one car can get through the middle because they're so narrow. So then you put higher buildings in, a few hundred or more people, and then where are they going to go? How are they going to get through the streets? So the streets that are already congested now are not built for that. That whole area is very old, anyway, so very old and narrow. Families and children are out and about in the neighborhoods, putting increased traffic into areas congested all day long now seems very short-sighted to me. These are single-family, multifamily residential neighborhoods, and I believe they need to be saved. We need to save our residential areas. We're losing too many of them. Okay, I'll go ahead and answer your question now without being re-asked, but on commercial, so if you're at the car dealership and your home is below that because it goes down, you could have a 6-story building right in your backyard that they can all look apartment complex or whatever. You lose your whole livability of your home. Some of these are 30, 40-year homeowners. That's a big deal to me. As far in regard to, we're on Hillside. So when you compare us to the other neighborhood where the overlay stopped, there's really no comparison because the layout of the land is so different. They're on flat land. They're not off commercial. They're a couple blocks from State Street. They're in no way going to have a 6-foot building built in their backyard or front yard. So that's where I think that
I apologize, Lori, but your time's up.
the difference comes in.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming down. In your comments, you said that you felt strongly about saving single-family housing. And my question is, what are we saving it from?
What are we saving it from?
Mm-hmm.
In the sense of, well, it's not just, it's saving the neighborhoods. The whole character of the neighborhood would be gone when you've had your home for years and all of a sudden you no longer have a backyard per se, because you know, to the west, those folks on the east of Commercial would be totally blocked out from the afternoon or evening sun. So that would totally change the whole character. On the west side, those folks would have the tall buildings that would, I mean, on Commercial, that's one thing, but when you're talking a block or two away, do we really want Commercial to impact the neighborhoods like 82nd Avenue in Portland? I mean, we really have to think of what's going to happen to the neighborhood.
Thank you. I think I can pull out what I need from that. This area is really wooded. There's a lot of trees in this area, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, depending on where.
Yeah, and a lot of those are oak trees. I know it's beautiful over there, and some of those oak trees get really, really tall. So how is it different for you with especially the shade? I'm hearing a lot about the sun. I have a feeling that if there was a tree coming down in your neighborhood that was beloved, there would be maybe even the same kind of outcry about a tree coming down. But that also is a factor of shading yards and height restrictions. You know, over 100 feet tall. The highest we have here is 70, if I'm correct. Do you have anything to say about that kind of conflict of?
Well, I think there's a big difference of sun coming through a tree or partially coming through a tree than coming from a solid building.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Come on up, sir. Introduce yourself. You can go to this. You can go to the podium right there, sir. They both work.
Thank you. I just found out about
Sir,
this.
could you introduce yourself and your
Yes. My name
address?
is David Friday. I own a house on 2480 West Nob Hill Street, directly affected by this.
Thank you.
I just found out this a few days ago. I'm not familiar with the format, but I know that to answer your question, this neighborhood is historic. I bought the house 25 or so years ago because of the neighborhood, and able to see Commercial Street, but have a nice block wall to cover, cut out a lot of the sound. Traffic will be impacted. Our street, West Nob Hill, is very narrow, and you can't get 2 cars down the street if anybody's parked on it. So I can see if they build a building next door that has 6 stories or 4 stories or whatever, there's going to be a lot of people driving around. And I don't know about the parking that's required in Salem. I don't know if they build a building, they have to provide under building parking. I think that's what I heard or read.
We eliminated all of the minimum parking requirements.
So it's going to be a real problem, and it's going to impact values. I'm a real estate appraiser. I know about value, and this will change the value of all the homes that are shaded. In the afternoon, if there's a 6-story building across the street with no setback, by 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I won't get any more sunlight. So it's going to change the character of the neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood. You can walk your dog around. Kids are able to play around there. And if you have a lot of traffic running up and down the street, it's really not going to be a pleasant experience. But it will change the character of the neighborhood. And if you want to build tall buildings, go to the south end of town. There's lots of land down there, or find a lot in downtown Salem. Build a 6-story building. People won't have to have a car because they can walk to the services that they need. But I'm very much against what's going to happen here if it gets passed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions? Thank you. Mr. Eifler Rodriguez, did you want to comment? Yes, please. Hit that, but I had to turn it off, sorry.
Clifford Eifler Rodriguez, Ward 7. I think this is a wonderful proposal by the city staff to remove these overlays. I live in the Swan neighborhood and often use and go through Scan as part of a commute, using Bush Park to play pickup. Commercial is okay. It's an urban highway. It's what it is. It's not pleasant to be on or transit outside of a car. It's built for cars. What this proposal is modernizing this city. I've moved back to Salem. I bought a house, sold that house. I can't afford to buy a house here again. Cannot. I grew up here. My family's from here. This is part of change. What we want to see downtown on the waterfront, these are the types of changes that we need. And the neighborhoods, getting them denser, allowing more people an opportunity to live, I think this is a great, great proposal. I can't wait till that Withnell lot becomes multi-use, becomes green space, because we have possibilities. But as we get into our neighborhoods, and especially these historic neighborhoods, these proposals don't just change the neighborhood immediately. It just gives us the tools and the opportunity to make those changes. Councilor Hoy was the city councilor when the city and the neighborhoods were working through adding that housing right by Yaquina Hall, but it was multifamily and it was single family. Now, unfortunately, what I didn't see was mixed use, which kind of sucked. That's where I bought my house. I would have loved to go to a coffee shop closer, or visit a doctor who was closer. Okay, this is the type of development that we need across the city. I get it, we want to use the land further out. I lived in Oklahoma City for 2 years. That is what happens when a city becomes dependent on sprawl. The only way to transit that city was through cars. That's impossible. So as we talk about these better transit possibilities, better density possibilities, I want to live here. I want to make my life here. I moved here for a reason. I moved back from Portland, and I enjoyed living in Portland. I enjoyed living in Beaverton. And what they're doing now is what this city is trying to do. I think this is a wonderful proposal, and I urge councilors, I hear y'all. You're my neighbors. But unfortunately, I think Mayor Hoy has a very poignant question. What makes you different? Let's make the city better together. Take this, run with it, for real. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, come on down. Introduce yourself, please.
And push the button, or I'm okay?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Deb Maloney, and I live on First Street, which is just above Saginaw. And I appreciate very much you giving me the opportunity to speak. And I apologize, I'm probably going to be terribly organized. I didn't know what to say before I came, and I started going, oh my gosh, I have to say something. So I'll do my best. To answer your question, what makes Fairmont Hill, or whatever the area is in there, different? Well, I can speak for Fairmont Hill. I've lived there for 34 years, and my husband walked to work every day at the hospital from where we lived. And I mean, speaking of walking, I'll just start there. So on Fairmont Hill, there are no exits on 3 sides. So to the north, south, and west, it's blocked off by the cemetery, by a hill, by a forest, and a cliff. And so people walk in the streets all the time. We have people from all over the city come to our neighborhood to walk in the streets because there are no sidewalks half the time, and so we don't have any place else to walk. We walk in the streets, people know to slow down. They're small streets, as was mentioned before. So when people are walking in the streets, there's this give and take. People pull over. If you're driving on the streets and there are cars parked, which is one of the issues that we have to deal with, if there are cars parked on both sides of the street, you have to find a little cubby hole to pull your car over and let the other person pass, because you can't pass 2 cars at the same time when there are cars in the street. So if you have a larger density of population there, you have more vehicles, you have people's lives being endangered by not having access to walking or to moving in the streets. And it doesn't just serve our community. We have a Halloween party that comes every year, and kids from all over town come, and they walk in the streets, and it's safe to do it. And it's also, it's a different, I'm watching the clock, but anyway, that's one of the things. But the other thing is there's a difference between an oak tree being 100 feet tall and a building. Number one, we're in a time where we have to deal with global warming. Global warming is a very real issue, and every one of those trees that gets cut down impacts the livability not only of our neighborhood, but of the greater community and the big community. So, and it also provides homes for birds, for endangered species.
I apologize, but your time's up. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you so much for letting me come in. I
Absolutely.
kind of slipped in. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Come on down. Everybody gets a turn at the mic tonight.
My name is Ken Adams. I live at 1695 Chemeketa, so I'm not in that neighborhood. One of the things I wanted to point out, everybody's talking about the parking problems, the traffic, and whatnot. And that is a result of us setting up a city that is car dependent. And that is what we need to change. And part of this proposal, I think, is addressing that need. And I think all of us are going to have to give up things that we treasure. And as far as trees go, I admit that, but the thing is I live near the stone house on Chemeketa, and that is a very dense tree. I don't care. You know, it blocks the sun. But the big thing I think people need to understand is one of the problems I see is speeding in this city. And when you got narrow streets where people are parking on both sides, that slows people down. And quite frankly, it's dangerous crossing 17th Street. And I've proposed a stop sign at Chemeketa and 17th, but for some reason, Public Works has to use the uniform code to make sure that stop signs aren't used to control speeding, but we don't have very many police officers to enforce speeding. So anyway, I do think this proposal is addressing a need that we need to be looking at, and we need to do something about setting up the city far out. Mentioned Oklahoma City. I'm from Norman, Oklahoma. I've seen that. We don't need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment? Sorry, no, only one bite at the apple. Definitely not you, Lori. All right. Thank you for everyone. Thank you all for your comments. We will now go back to staff for questions. Mr. Ross, you're up. Did you have any remarks that you wanted to make regarding any of the public comment, or do you want us to just go straight to questions?
I'm happy to just go to questions.
Great. Councilor Stapleton.
Yeah, I was really interested in making sure that Councilor Hoy got her questions answered about setbacks and stuff. I didn't know if you wanted, or if I could ask a general question and see if it works. So maybe you could help. Some of us were in a subcommittee where we really just got into all of this, right? And I think Roz was with us and a few other folks from the Planning Commission. So we understand this whole idea of setbacks and height limits and density and in a way that maybe others haven't had the same privilege or opportunity to really kind of get into the planner's head. I would love for you to talk about that a little bit, especially the difference in setbacks between the front, the side, and the alley, and then also how that what is behind the alley that kind of changes that setback, if that makes sense.
Sure. So I want to confirm, yes, a 65-foot building could be adjacent to Saginaw. We have pedestrian-oriented design standards in the MU1 and MU2 zone, and some pedestrian-oriented light in MU3 that'll help keep those buildings human in scale, but that setback is 0 there. So adjacent to streets, these mixed-use zones encourage buildings to be right up against the street because that does help with human interest on the street. We encourage ground floor windows to encourage people or buildings to be more inviting to pedestrians. So there are some design standards that help get at that human-oriented scale, and that's why the street setback is so low. On the sides, we expect it to be sort of a main street feel, so there may not be a side setback unless it's a zone-to-zone setback. So if your side is adjacent to a residential zone, and I know there's at least a couple properties where that exists, then that setback would apply zone to zone. So the taller a building gets, the larger the setback has to be. And so it's a minimum of 10 feet plus 1.5 feet for every foot of building height over 15. So it increases pretty dramatically. In the MU3 zone, the zoning subcommittee during our Salem made a decision that that was capped at 50 feet. So that's the maximum minimum setback that we would end up with. But in those MU1 and MU2 zones, there isn't a cap on that minimum.
Could you give us kind of like a I mean, you're saying a lot of words.
Yep.
Yes. But it's hard
Pictures?
pictures.
Pictures.
We need pictures to understand because there is this idea that that it's super tall right next to a single family house, and that's just not what it would do with those setbacks. It kind of creates a,
Sure.
yeah. Could we explain that?
Yeah. Let's see what pictures I've got here. So you can see, oh, I need to share my screen again. Oh man, it's gonna do that. So I've got a couple examples here that show buildings adjacent to residential zoning. So these were all built under zoning that wasn't one of these mixed-use zones. So this one's on North Broadway. You can see it does get relatively close to that back alley. It was approved with a 45-foot setback, and in the mixed-use 2 or mixed-use 3, I think it would be in the 60s, or MU1 or MU2 would be in the 60s. So it would be a bigger setback there. This one, again, across an alley, they provided 27.5 feet, and for a 50-foot tall building in this zone, again, it would be over 60 feet of setback required. So it wouldn't be as close as the mixed-use development we've seen thus far in Salem. This last one is directly abutting residences, and it was given a 15-foot setback. It would have the site would have to be totally reimagined in order to have a building that tall on the site. So this one, the tall portion of the development is set back from Liberty Road, and the MU1 or MU2 zoning would kind of flip that on its head. So that's not a perfect example, I guess, of it. I don't have that stair step graphic. That
No,
we
it's
have,
fine.
but-
I think this is a really good example of, both the first two are in my ward. So I'm around those two buildings all the time. And to see that is really nice. It's not right up next to their kitchen window is what
Right.
you're saying. Yeah. Did that help? Yeah.
You had a question about how tall a house was too. A 35-foot tall house would probably be like 2.5 stories, so like 2 stories with some gables and that small third story. You could maybe get a 3-story house out of 35 feet.
Councilor Hoy?
Thank you. One more question, and it is, oh man. The issues of the roads and the alleyways. Has that been addressed by this zoning? Can that be helped or fixed, or will it just remain the same roads that service that area?
So there would be upgrades to frontage as properties redeveloped. So a property that redeveloped adjacent to an alley might be required to widen the alley a bit. There are some rules about access as far as using the alley. That's more a public works area, but in conversations with them, my understanding is that primary access would still be directed towards either a cross street that connects with commercial or from commercial itself. So primary access likely wouldn't be from the alley. Streets, if they didn't have sidewalks, would be upgraded with that sort of improvement. So we would expect some improvements. Alleys might get a little wider if there's an ability to do so, but we wouldn't expect streets necessarily to get wider.
Councilor Nishioka?
Thank you, Mayor Hoy, and thank you for answering these questions. I would like you to put back up the pictures of the sizes of the buildings that demonstrate the 35 feet, 45, 50, I think it was 50, and then 65 or 63.
Yeah, there they are.
And so the one that is, as I'm looking at this front screen on the far right, is 34 feet, but you had explained to me, because that was on a hill, that it's actually 34 feet on commercial, but the height of it on the slope side is taller.
Right, yeah, so the way height gets measured, we measure to the average roof height, so it's halfway between the peaks and the eaves, and then if it's on a slope, if it's greater than 10 feet, we take that base measurement and measure 10 feet up and start from there. If it's less than 10 feet, we measure from the high point of grade around the building. So there are some instances where the height of the building as we measure it per code measures a height, and then if you're standing and looking from the lowest point to the tallest point of the building, it's greater than what code says the height of the building is. So it sort of splits the difference.
Thank you. And then to continue on, so the 34-foot one is the one on the far right, and then the 70-foot is the one next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the building down at Chariots. And then it's the 50-foot, and the last one is 63.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Does that give you some help?
Maybe it would be helpful if we went back to the zone map, and so we could put these building heights in context with that map, so you could get an idea of which of these would be potentials in which areas.
Right, so the dark purple where the Saginaw Street overlay zone is mixed use 1, so that's a 65-foot maximum height. That light blue periwinkle color is mixed use 2, so that would be a 55-foot max height. And then the mixed use 3 is furthest to the south, and that's a 70-foot max height. And again, those zone-to-zone setbacks apply where mixed-use zoning is directly adjacent to a residential zone or across the alley. So that would apply for all of the Superior Rural, which is labeled 2 on that map. And then the portions of the Oxford Hoyt overlay zone that abut that single-family zoning.
Further questions? Councilor Phillips.
Thank you. I don't know if there's a way to, I guess we could leave it up. So I appreciate the questions of my colleagues. I have several questions. And some of this is me thinking out loud. So I appreciate your patience with me. My first question in summary is like, what are we voting on tonight? I don't expect you to answer that question, but I can kind of break it up into how I'm thinking about it. I get the sense that we're considering removing overlay zones. We put off this section of town to this public hearing tonight. But I'm trying to understand the staff recommendation before us with this public hearing. Is it both removing overlay zones and capping it at 35 feet? Or is it just one or the other? I'm trying to get a sense of like, if I vote yes, what am I voting for? If I vote no, what am I voting for?
Well, Councilor, we don't have a motion yet, so we don't know what the motion will be. The staff recommendation, as I understand it, would eliminate the overlay zones. And so that would just make these subject to the same rules that apply in each one of those individual zones without any of the overlays. So that would eliminate that height limitation.
Okay, that helps me understand kind of the free form of where we're at. We've got a lot of information, but there's not yet a motion before us.
Right.
I guess my follow-up questions, a few of them are, I've heard that it seems like in reading the testimony, I want to check with staff if they also get this impression that maintaining a height limit of 35 feet is perhaps, one of, if not the most important things to the community members that they've interfaced with. Does that seem accurate, or is it really not removing the overlays at all?
My understanding is that the most contentious issue is the height of 35 feet. So in order to maintain that 35-foot maximum height, we have to retain the overlay zones in some form. So it would be possible to remove other standards from the overlays, but you can't keep the height without keeping the overlays.
Okay. All right. It's hard because I don't think we're there yet, but I also don't want to, I need the process. I got to think this out loud. So I've heard, the testimony of people tonight and the question from Mayor, which I think is so apt. What about this area, is different? And I've never lived in this part of Salem. I have friends and family who've lived nearby here. And I think that is kind of the question tonight. I do get a sense, though, that the community is telling us that those people that live there think that this is special. And I think this is where I have to, just talk for myself. I have to balance the fact that this part of town probably has more privilege than other parts of town, so they have the ability to come here and interface with us. But that neighborhoods, are inherently, like, they have complexity. So I get the sense that there may be something here that's worth preserving, some complexity that's unique to this part of town, that gives it a special vibe, or more than a special vibe. So that's just what I'm trying to balance tonight. I guess my question to staff and trying to understand that, is there anything that's objectively different about this part of town, towards the mayor's question? Salem's a complicated place. This part of town has had, homes that have been here probably for over 100 years. Is there any way to quantify that and help us think about it objectively?
There are a number of historic buildings nearby. 6 of them come to mind just outside the overlays, and then 2 more within the overlays. There are historic buildings elsewhere in town. The time period that this developed and the context in which it developed is its own. I don't want to refute what anyone else has said makes their area unique. Everybody's home is special to them, and so I think that everyone's personal feelings about their neighborhood are valid, and I'm sure that everyone across the city feels that way.
What about the topography question, and as it relates to overlay zones? Have we had overlay zones in other areas where there's varying topography?
I know that, we eliminated some overlay zones in West Salem down near Edgewater that are adjacent to Big Hills. I don't know that the topography was within those overlays. We've had, I'm not sure we've had any overlays specifically with that type of topography.
Looks like Ms. Anderson-Ogilvie may have some thoughts.
Hi, Lisa Anderson-Ogilvie, your planning administrator. You've kind of stumped us with that question. So none of the other overlays that I can think of that we eliminated limited height. So most of them either limited uses or allowed additional uses and then brought in mixed use development standards to make it more pedestrian oriented, but they didn't specifically bring in a limited height. Most of our overlays were on major streets, like generally these overlays are. And most of our major streets don't have a lot of topography outside of Wallace. Commercial, it goes up as you go south, but it's not really that steep or that noticeable. I guess the way I would think about it is looking at the map, the topography that exists between commercial and the properties behind it that would affect the height exists on all these properties that are mixed use that aren't in this overlay. So all that dark purple on the left, there's a very small sliver that's in the overlay, for example, and the topography is generally the same across those lots. And then the same on the areas further south that aren't necessarily in this, map cutout that we have here. So any building that's built there is gonna have to take into account the topography, whether they're, and because we're trying to require the building to be up to the street, it's most likely the development pattern that we've been seeing where the building's up to the street and then the parking is behind would continue. 1, because the zoning's kind of pushing it that way, but 2, that makes more sense because it's easier to put your parking behind when there's like a topography difference. But I don't think an overlay has really had that topography issue. Kind of close that thought on your question.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think you're one of those. So what you're saying is that we're encouraging any redevelopment would be abutting the street on the commercial side, but it would be with the lower heights that would be on the neighborhood side. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the zoning pushes it that way. So for example, the map on the right is commercial and then West Nob Hill behind it. The zoning says that you need to have your building at 0 or up to 10 feet. So there's a maximum setback. You have to be up to the street. And it says when you're on two streets that have different classifications, you go to the higher classification for that. So if somebody came in and they said, hey, some of these properties have 3 streets, right? And I want to put my building in the back. We would say, well, there's no setback to put your building back there, but you're not meeting the setback on commercial, which the zoning says you can only be more than 10 feet from commercial. So you can't put your building way back here. It also says you can't put your parking in front, right? So fundamentally, there'd be numerous parts of the zoning that they wouldn't meet with a proposal like that. So we would say, no, you have to swap it. Building on commercial, parking. Now, if they don't do parking, so I don't want to say no building could be back there because they could cover the entire lot in theory with a building and do no parking or do parking in the middle. So they could put a building back there, but it couldn't be the only building they put on the property. It kind of depends on what they're going to propose. So we do have 2 proposals in the works that are in these overlays or partially in these overlays. So one is the former Quan's property. There's a proposal for a new dental clinic. They're proposing they're building up on commercial and parking behind, which is in line with the zoning. And then we have a proposal for live-work units on commercial and Bush Street. And they also have their building up on commercial. They don't have any parking behind, their parking's beside because of the way their lot is configured. So that's what the zoning's really trying to achieve. It's hard to know, people's future development plans if the market would support a whole lot front and back with no parking covered with a building.
Thank you. Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I'm not sure if this would be for you, Lisa, or for Austin. I would like to have you talk about how in a few areas that abut historic district, how the height has been adjusted in these MU1s and MU2s.
Sure. MU1 and MU2 were created through the State Street project in 2018. Yeah. Yes. Trying to remember the year.
I'm having flashbacks to the shading and the shadow modeling that we had.
So that project was twofold. It looked at the street and did a road diet, which is funded in the bond. And then it created 2 new mixed-use zones, one mixed-use 1, mixed-use 2. And then we did that, took that further in our Salem with MU3. At the time, those zones were only applied on State Street, but we knew that we wanted to apply them elsewhere in the community, so we really created them with that in mind. On State Street, the area we're talking about is next to the Court Chemeketa Historic District. Across an alley for part of State Street is the Residential Historic District. And through that, I was going to say hearing, through those hearings, those many hearings, the council adopted a lower height standard in those zones when you're abutting a historic district. So instead of the 55-65, it's a 45-foot. So that was a compromise that exists in the MU1 and MU2 zone today. If there was a historic district right next to these zones, that would apply today, or anywhere else that these zones are. But besides State Street, there's nowhere that exists at the moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Gwynn. No problem. Other questions, Councilor Hoy?
Yeah, one follow-up about the roads and alleyways. Is it possible that these homeowners will experience any kind of loss of space with those improvements?
Potentially, but I wouldn't say it's due to the loss of this overlay particularly. It would be more because there's development happening and then street improvements are required because of that. So for example, if they're going to put in a driveway where they don't have one today, then an on-street parking space would go away, could go away or something like that. But that would be through a specific development proposal, not particularly through the removal of the overlays as proposed.
I understand that, but it is possible that they would lose frontage or backyard space if you had to widen a road or an alleyway.
If an alley had to be widened, it would be on the development side. so we wouldn't say you need to go get it from your neighbors. It's not to say we never do that for like large street improvements, but just generally on an alley. This was talked about a lot on the State Street project, because the alley is what separated it from the residential neighbors. We have had projects where they develop on an alley, like downtown more specifically, and they've had to widen but they do their section and they do it on their development side, and it doesn't impact, the neighbor across the alley from them. You're welcome.
You reminded me about the 45-foot limit that we created on State Street when it's adjacent to a historic district, and that would be the case for any historic neighborhood?
Yeah, any residential historic district, which is Court Chemeketa or Gaiety Hill right now.
Yes,
the
so
two we have.
those are our only two currently.
Our
Is
only
this
two.
area eligible for that designation?
Fairmont Hill is, yes.
Why isn't it a historic designated that way?
The neighbors objected, the owners objected to it the last time it was proposed.
When was that?
I want to say 2006, 2008-ish period. I think there was 2 proposals.
So we're not taking comment from the audience. I apologize. They can't hear you on the TV or anything. So that's.
But it's not a recent proposal. I know it was when I just barely started here and didn't work on historic. I remember it was
so it's
kind
been
of
a number
voted
of
down
years.
at the time. Yeah. So a certain percentage of the property owners have to agree to it. So that didn't happen at that time.
Thank you. And could they do that now?
Yes.
Could they decide to become an historic neighborhood?
Absolutely.
And what's the process to do that?
Well, they would work with Kimberly Fitzgerald, our historic preservation planner. Generally, the process is there's 2 different ways. There's a local district that's just through the city, but you could do a national register district. It's through the state, and then it goes to the federal government, and we could help them through that process because we've done it before here in Salem.
If they did that, let's just suppose for a second that we go with staff recommendation tonight, for instance, and we eliminated these overlay zones altogether, and then they became a historic neighborhood. Would the 45 feet come back into play then?
Yes, it would apply to any future development under that.
Okay, and let's say we go with what the neighbors are asking us, and we keep it at 35 feet, and then they become a historic neighborhood. What would the limit be then?
It's always the most restrictive, so it would still be the 35 feet.
Okay. But then if they became a historic neighborhood at that point, we could eliminate it then?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. It's good to know that we have options. Hey, Councilor Phillips, is your hand still up or is it up again?
Yes.
Do you have a question?
I do.
Go for it.
I think you're asking an excellent line of questions. So I guess I'm trying to phrase this. I don't know how to phrase this, but help me understand, staff. If we, don't have a 35-foot height restriction, but a neighborhood is interested in becoming historic, if a land use application goes in during a period of time where they're not historic, but there's hypothetically no height restriction, that development would not be bound by any height restriction.
Well, to clarify, all the zones will still have height restrictions. They just won't be 35. So they would be the 55, 65, or 70, depending on the zone. But yes, whatever standards are in place the day somebody applies for their application, that's the only standard we can apply to their development.
Follow-up question. Is there any precedent for creating a window of time in a situation like this or elsewhere in the city for giving, having a height limit for 5 years, 10 years, something like that, to, see if the neighborhood is interested in becoming historic? Has that ever happened before?
Like putting a sunset clause on the zoning that's in place, or is that what you mean?
Yeah, potentially. Like we could say, look, it's 35 feet for the next 5 years or whatever. And then, could it be I guess you're saying it could have a sunset clause.
I was asking if that was your question. I think that would be a question for our city attorney.
You reminded me that we could do a sunset, so.
Well, I guess I would want to ask the city attorney on zoning if that's appropriate.
Dan Atchison, City Attorney. We haven't done that before, so I'm a little reluctant, but I think we could do that. I would just to be a little concerned about the effect of that at the end of the sunset, whether the state would consider that to be a zone change. We'd have to go through the process and apply criteria at that point. So I guess it depends.
Yeah, it's complicated. Okay.
Thank you, Councilor. And if you could go ahead and lower your virtual hand, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Before we get to you, Councilor Stapleton, so just going back on this historic neighborhood process, is that subject to council approval, or is that strictly a neighborhood vote? They get to decide what's the approval process?
Yeah, it's kind of a complicated question. So if they want to be a National Register Historic District, it's not a council decision. And again, there's a state office that works on that, and then they forward a recommendation to the federal government who decides. Our practice has been once somebody gets on the National Register list, that we bring it through and add them to our local list as well. And so we do that so we can apply our own local process to historic properties. If we don't do that, any change to a historic building would only go through the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, which has a less defined process. So if you remember, Civic Center was just recently designated, and once it got designated on the national list, we brought it to council and said, please put it on our local list so then we can control through our own land use processes and our Historic Landmarks Commission any changes that happen as far as being the approver and being in control of the process. So we would recommend, if they did that and got a National Register District, that it come through the city and be added to our local list as well.
But they could choose just to be local?
They could, yes.
Which would be, I'm assuming, less cumbersome since it doesn't involve the federal government.
Maybe to create our standards that apply would still be the same, and they might potentially are not eligible for tax abatements and various things that are available through the state and the federal government. So
Gotcha.
that's generally the reason people want to do a historic district. Eunice is reminding me that the language in the code right now says next to a National Register Historic District is
so
where
they
you
do
get the
have
45. We could change, if that became an issue and it was only a local district, we could change the code to say local as well.
Understood. Thank you. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. So there are 5 overlay zones. Which one of these overlay zones would be impacted by the historic district? Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I have to say I'm not that familiar with what was the proposed boundary of Fairmont. I'm not sure that that would still be the proposed boundary. And I'm not sure if other properties around here, once surveyed, would also make sense as a historic district, whether it's an extension of Gaiety Hill or if it's own district. I just don't think the city's done that work to know. I mean, just generally as a Salem resident, there's a lot of beautiful older houses as you walk around here. But the criteria is not just that's a beautiful house. So it has to, be a certain cohesive time that they were made. There has to be generally a lot of the houses in the district have to still be originally intact with their materials and not have been, altered so that they're not considered historic, et cetera. Again, more than 50% of the property owners of the area have to agree to it. So it would just kind of depend on what neighbors are interested in doing.
A follow-up, is that okay? So I don't know if you are aware of the historic process. I'm not sure exactly what's going on in the Highland neighborhood.
Yes.
So, but can you tell me?
Heritage neighborhoods, yes.
A heritage neighborhood. So
Yes.
how is that different?
Well, there's no regulations once you become a heritage neighborhood. So actually kind of in response to the Fairmont the proposed historic neighborhood not happening, the city decided, really Kimberly Fitzgerald, our historic preservation officer, that we should do something with neighborhoods that doesn't come with regulations, but still kind of honors their history and their heritage. So we created the Heritage Neighborhood Program. And Cessna's gone through it, Grant's gone through it, and Highland. So we work with the neighborhood. Are you interested? We get volunteers to survey the houses so we can collect data. We take pictures, we use handheld devices, et cetera. And then we use grant money and have them decide how they want to use that money to honor the heritage. So Cessna did sign toppers. So if you drive through that neighborhood, that grant paid for it to say you're like in a historic, Cessna neighborhood. Grant did an architectural guidebook. So we had interns and money for that. And so they went through all the kind of different architecture styles that are in Grant and made a guidebook for it. So it's really like a fun way to get neighbors involved and then recognize their history, but it doesn't end up with them being designated and having restrictions on the changes that they can make to the exterior of the house.
Right, there would be no protections in place.
No protections, no restrictions.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question, but I'll let this conversation go. It's about something else, so.
I think we're ready to move on. Or no, Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Just one last thing. I'm not sure if you have it, Austin, but you did point out to me that there are historic homes within this area and some of these overlay zones. I don't know if you have a map of that could help show that there are historic homes here and nearby.
I don't have that map, but I can tell you which ones are. So at the very top of the left map, there are a few properties shown in pink. That's commercial office zoning. And there are 3 of those 4 properties that you can see are designated National Historic Register buildings. And then at the corner of, I believe, Owens and Saginaw, there are 3 buildings there as well that are designated historic buildings.
Thank you. So basically, they may not be bordering next door, but they might be across the street or adjacent, kind of kitty corner.
Nearby, definitely.
Nearby, thank you.
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. I think this question might actually be for Kristen Rutherford. But it might also be for you guys. So I don't know. When I think about our housing crisis and trying to build more housing and the fact that building more housing will reduce the price of housing overall because our stock goes up and therefore the price comes down. When we have overlays in areas or certain restrictions on locations to build, what does that do to the land itself and to the potential of the land in this area, and therefore link it all the way back to affordable housing for everybody in the city? Just if you could encompass all of that, that would be beautiful.
In 2 words.
Oh, only 2 words? Good luck. How about that? You are correct that this comes down to being a supply and demand issue. And it is a reality that within city boundaries and an urban growth boundary, that supplies become more and more limited. So to increase supply, your options are to either go broader and expand your urban growth boundary, or you can go higher. So that's the only way you're going to increase your supply so that you can meet your demand and have prices come down. How's that?
Good. I'm going to ask you an impossible question.
Okay.
Is there a height that you could set on a piece of land that would make it buildable for, make it make sense for, or pencil out for a builder to be able to build? And the cost of building and the cost of the land, there has to be a certain amount of height in order to get the units, in order to make it a profitable or even pencil out project. Do we know what that magic number is?
It's difficult for me to answer in terms of height. What we see in the market is between 4 to 6 stories. The magic number that we look at is around 50 to 55 units on a site.
Okay. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Additional questions for staff? If you don't have any more questions, you know what that means. We're getting down to it. So now's the chance to ask any final questions. All right. We will close the public hearing. And I will go to Councilor Stapleton for a motion.
Thank you. I move that we advance Ordinance Bill number 5-23 for the purpose of eliminating the Saginaw Street Superior Rule, Oxford Knob, West Knob Hill, Oxford Hoyt, and Hoyt McGilcrest overlay zones to a second reading.
I'll second.
Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Gwynn. Councilor Nishioka, did you have something?
Yes, thank you. I have a substitute motion, and I'm trying to determine if I make that now or wait.
You're welcome to do it now.
Thank you. I move to amend the motion to retain the subject overlay zones, increase the maximum height within the overlay zones to 45 feet, and remove use and development standards not related to building height, and advance the ordinance to second reading as amended.
Second.
Moved by Nishioka, seconded by Nordike. Counselor, to your substitute motion.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. So I believe that most of the questions and discussion really that I had brought with me have already been discussed. But to my motion, I worked on this a lot. I had many meetings, and I thank everyone for all of those meetings and their time. I appreciate all the work that SCAN has done and doing outreach to the neighboring houses and community. I'm making this motion because I feel that there is justification for SCAN to have some height restrictions, but I also recognize that 35 feet is quite a restriction, and concern that for developers it wouldn't pencil out, and also trying to utilize the historic district's feet that they have already decided on. I felt that 45 feet would be something that my fellow councilors could agree on in the sense of these overlay zones, and that I hope that SCAN and the neighbors in the area will be comfortable with that compromise. So that's basically my motion.
Thank you, Counselor. And just so I am super clear on what your substitute motion is, basically you're maintaining the overlay zones but eliminating all of the restrictions except height, excuse me, and you would be adjusting that from 35 to 45 feet, similar to what we have over on State Street next to the historic neighborhood. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Counselor Nordike. Whoops, you turned it off. There you go.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Nishioka, for bringing this motion. I'm seconding the motion in recognition of the incredible amount of work that Councilor Nishioka has put into this. Although my ward is kind of sort of impacted, it's mostly your ward that's impacted, and I acknowledge the fact that you put in a lot of time and a lot of work to meet with our neighbors. And I think your compromise is well thought out. It's impossible to please everyone. It's also not the goal as an elected official to please everyone, but I can tell that you put a lot of thought into active listening to the neighbors and also acknowledging the need that we do need more urban density. So we face difficult decisions as councilors. I'm extremely appreciative of all the thoughtful testimony and respectful dialogue that we heard tonight from the members of the community. So I will be supporting my peers' motion.
Just to be clear, Counselor, the substitute? Yes. Thank you. I just want to make sure I was understanding you. Well, I guess my thoughts are, I'm still just formulating them, but this seems like a good compromise, although my preference would be to eliminate the zones. Was my initial intent when I came to this meeting, is to eliminate the zones. But I have been listening to the testimony, and when you think about it in the context of our other decisions, it seems consistent. This 45 feet seems consistent with what we have done in the past. And I was a part of that State Street conversation. I'll just say conversation. And it was good work, and it resulted in a compromise that not everybody was happy with, but not everybody was super mad about either. This seems like, I guess on one hand, I would love for the neighborhood to go through the historic neighborhood process, and literally their fate is in their own hands, because then the 45 feet would automatically apply. So in one sense, I wish they would just take that initiative and do it, and then it would just eliminate this conversation pretty much. But they haven't done that to this point. I feel like the 45 feet compromise, I think it makes sense. And I'm leaning towards supporting that. But yeah, Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. And thank you, Linda, of course, for all of your hard work. And I have to say, I was the one who brought this motion forward originally, and Linda has. Linda was my second, because I think we agreed that this needed to be looked at again. And I appreciate you and all of your work, and you were such a good representative for your ward. And Councillor Nordreich is correct. You do actively listen to people and try to come up with compromise, and I really appreciate that about you. This will not come as a surprise to Linda, because Linda and I have had that same back and forth and conversation this whole time, but I will not be joining you in voting for your motion. I feel really strongly about this issue and this idea that there's something somehow different or unique compared to the rest of the city, that then this has to be handled with kind of kid gloves or have extra protections put in place. To where the rest of the city doesn't have that same privilege. And there are a lot of historic houses. I live in a house that turns 100 in a couple years, and the one across the street was built in 1910 or 12. There's lots of houses like that all over the city. And so for me, it's a little bit about fairness, probably a lot about fairness. I am really committed to the work of climate change and climate action, and housing is our #1 contributing factor to climate change. And I say that as a person who lives in a single family home that is well bigger than the need of our family. And so coupled with that, the second thing is transportation. And getting rid of these overlays will not only help address our climate crisis with creating more multifamily housing and housing dense enough to be walkable and bikeable along transit lines, which I believe will be robust and the talk of every town in the United States at some point in time. That is my goal. It also will help drive down the cost of housing around the city, and it will impact our homeless crisis within our streets. I mean, all of these things are things that I am really passionate about addressing, and this is one of those things that touches on a million of them, right? I understand that change is hard. I really do, and I have these conversations with folks in my neighborhood too all the time. You know, if the neighborhood wants to go ahead and become, a historic district, then that's great, and that special provision will apply to them. But I will not be voting for yours at this point in time. But thank you for all your work.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Phillips first, and then we'll come back to Councillor Nishioka. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. I appreciate the professional conversation we're having on this topic. I participated in the subcommittee that was talked about earlier by Council President Stapleton. I don't expect any sympathy for being torn, but there's a real, increasing height limits does help, some projects pencil out and create enough density so that we could attract more housing. So this is a real compromise for many of us that especially served on that committee, trying to make a difference where we could with our zoning change. That being said, I talked to Planning Commissioner Mike Slater about this, and I think his words are still echoing in my mind. Neighborhoods have complexity. So I think that the work that Councilor Nishioka has done is compelling, and I intend to support this motion. But again, no sympathy for this. I really am torn. I hear where Council President Stapleton is coming from. You make a compelling case, but I do support the substitute motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you. I was just going to make the comment that we can get density even with some of the shorter buildings at 45 feet by building micro units, and that is something that's already been demonstrated. So there are ways to get more people in a space that might not be 70 feet tall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm usually on the side of neighbors, and in this case, Councilor Nishioka, I won't be able to support your motion. One of the main reasons is I ran to ensure that the Northeast Salem has on the same footing as the rest of the city. Through the R Salem process, it was identified that Northeast Salem had an overabundance of multifamily property. It was we knew about it, we thought about it, all of us that lived in Northeast Salem, but it was proven through that process. So I fought hard to ensure that future multifamily property, and there were some neighborhoods that fought this, was equally spread around the neighborhoods, equally spread around the city. So in this case, equality, we talk about equality, talk about equity. There's no difference. I see all of us the same, and I think we should apply these standards across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hoy? Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question, and I don't know who it's for, but is there some promise of like apartment living or micro homes? Do we know who's going to buy this property? So there's no promise of that actually happening.
No. No,
Okay.
this isn't considering any potential deals. This is just strictly
Got it.
a zoning
Thank you.
question. Councilor Gwynn.
So for many of the reasons that both Council President Stapleton and Councilor Gonzalez have said, I cannot support the motion. I moved to Salem initially in 1968. We lived in a little house on Saginaw Street. We lived there for a couple years, and then we got a notice that the property we lived in, we rented, was being sold. It is now an apartment complex. Not a large one, but it's apartments. Change is hard. It's hard for all of us, but it's time for our city to move forward with our plan, with our Salem. I mean, we have, all of our counselors supported that. We had the community in support of that. And so I can't support your amended motion.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Varney.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. It's interesting. My very first question was going to be about historical districts and whether or not any of these overlay zones were associated with a historical district, because that was going to change the way I felt about it. So thank you for asking that question. I guess I was wondering, in reference to the 45-foot limit, I'm getting the assumption, I guess, that something like 50 or 55 units to pencil out would not be able to be built under this limit? Is that what you're saying?
I think it depends on the size of the unit. I think you certainly could do it. You might not have a bunch of 4-bedroom apartments in there, but yeah, of course you could.
But we need stuff for families too.
Right.
I'm asking because for me, I look at what's been happening in West Salem, and we've had to compromise quite a bit for the development that we've seen in West Salem. And yeah, it's an equity fairness issue. A lot of folks weren't happy to see what was going on in West Salem, but when you think about population increases, as you asked, in 1980 it was 89,000 people. So we have doubled, and we all get to share the burden of growth, and it's the way it is. I cannot support your motion just because of West Salem and how I feel about this.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll? Oh, hold on. Sorry. So we are voting, so right now we are voting on the substitute motion. That's the current motion on the table. So this would maintain the overlay zones, eliminate all of the restrictions except the height limit, and it would increase the height limit from 35 to 45 feet. That's what I understand as the motion. So are we ready? Recorder, please call the roll.
Councilor Hoy.
To the second, right? No.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Nay.
Councilor Stapleton.
Nay.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Nay.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion fails. Go
Well,
back to the original. Now we'll go back to the main motion. Is there further discussion? This is the original staff recommendation. So it would just eliminate the overlay zones entirely. Councilor Hoy, did you have a question or a comment?
Just a comment to piggyback on everybody else. Change is really hard, but it's necessary in these times.
Any further discussion? Councilor Phillips, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already been stated before, but I just want to verify that what we've heard is that if neighborhoods do become historic, this would create a window of time where applicants could build before they reach that determination. Is that what's been said by staff?
I'm getting 3 head nods from the staff row, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ready to vote? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Nordyke.
Nay.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Nay.
Counselor Phillips.
Nay.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
I'm not confused. Nay.
Counselor Hoy.
Nay.
Okay.
Did I go out of turn?
Yes.
You went before you were called.
I'm so sorry.
So Counselor Gonzalez, you were an aye. Is that correct?
Gonzalez was an aye, Hoy was a nay.
Okay, and Mayor Hoy. And you're a
No.
no. Okay.
What's the count?
It's 5 nays, or excuse me, 5 ayes.
I'm not sure that's
Pardon
correct.
me, that's correct, not correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 nays.
5 nays, so the motion fails. Now, we didn't change anything. We just kept the rules the way they are. All right. Should we take a break? Why don't we take a 5-minute break? All right, we are back. We are back. And without objection from the council, I am going to reorder the agenda and go to item number 8 temporarily, and then we'll come back to 4B. We do have a number of residents who are here to talk about a particular issue. It is getting rather late, and I would like to give them the opportunity to say their piece now. Without objection, we'll reorder the agenda then. So we're back to public comment, items not on the agenda. First up, we have Stephen King. As a reminder, come up to the podium, introduce yourself with either your address or your ward. You have 3 minutes. When the yellow light starts to flash, you have 1 minute left. And then when the red light comes on, you'll please end your comments. And if you just hit that button there to turn the green light on and pull that microphone up a little higher.
There we go. I'm Stephen King here from Vancouver, Washington.
I'm sorry, if I could just have you pause for 1 second. It looks like we're having a technical issue online where we're muted.
I think we're okay.
If we could just wait, so make sure everybody can hear us. There we go. And we'll restart your clock.
There we go. And since I only have 3 minutes, I'll ask IT to skip through the slides pretty quickly. I'm here to talk about an issue regarding insurance for an event we're putting on at Bush Park. It's actually 2 skateboarding events. One is a more regional focused event. The other one at the end of September is the World Championships for this year, with people coming from all around the world. So if we could fast forward through the slides. What?
You have to do it.
Oh, I've got to do it? Oh, gosh. There we go. Okay. There you go. There. I'm in control. Great. So the events are July 29th is a more regional focused event, although we have people coming from as far as Ohio, New Mexico, Southern and Central California, and also Vancouver, BC. And then World Championships this year is being held in Bush Park on September 29th. And again, racers from all across the world will have over 100 entrants for the World Championships. The insurance matter, just to highlight, all racers are required to wear pads and helmets per ISSA rules. They're required to sign a release that includes the City of Salem. We've got that language wired from past events. And in 22 years of the modern era of slalom skateboarding is what this is like ski racing on pavement. We haven't had an issue. One time a person brought a lawsuit against Red Bull of all people. Of course, he signed a waiver, so it went absolutely nowhere, but that's been it in the last 22 years of the modern era. So the issue is Oregon state law with tort reform, and the city attorney undoubtedly knows this, caps liability exposure for various entities, the state and municipalities. And I reference here in the slide, and I'd like to enter these slides into the record, what those amounts are. And I'll just fast forward to this, which is really the nut of it. The Oregon tort limits are listed there on the leftmost column for the various injury or death, single, multiple, and property, single and multiple. Venture Pacific is our carrier for our insurance that we've used in the past all around the country, and those are the caps on our policy that we proposed to the Parks Department. And the Salem request went up this last year, and the net of it is it's going to cost us a lot more money. It probably puts the July 29th race in jeopardy because we want to keep the entry fees low, and we only have about 25, 30 participants in that one. And so it'll just put all of that additional cost for that insurance at that level onto the World's event. And so again, this has a kind of a downstream impact on, rentals, whether it's Airbnb or hotel rooms, on restaurants, et cetera, people coming in from out of town for these 2 events certainly could have a major impact on our July 29th event and a cost impact on Worlds.
Thank you for your testimony. Have you talked with staff about this issue at all? This is really more of a, okay.
Yes, both I'm organizing the July 29th event. People in Southern California, my colleagues, are organizing the September 29th event, and we have both emailed the Parks Department, the permit people, Becky George, and also their attorney, and they're holding fast with these limits despite bringing up the issue of the Oregon tort reform.
I think our city manager might have some thoughts on this.
Okay.
None that are really helpful.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have many thoughts. We do have a new deputy city manager who is responsible for the community services area of business. I'm sure he is by no means expert on this issue or our requirements under tort reform or the like. So I can't offer any clear direction here other than we're happy to sit down and talk with you and our attorneys and understand what our exposure and concerns are and why we change things. And Scott, can you provide him with your contact information so we can do that?
That would be great. I mean, my request is if we could just have an answer, a resolution on this relatively soon so we can make decisions and let our racers know as well. That's
Thank you
great.
for raising it. It really is more of a staff question than a council question, but we can certainly help facilitate the conversation.
That'd be
to get
great.
a
We tried
resolution.
going through staff and here I am.
Great. Thank you so much. And Mr. Archer will be giving you his contact information.
And I'll just say that Larry Ann Rupp, who is going to follow me, she's here remotely. She did enter a statement in earlier, which was not in the printout. I think it got in too late. But if we could just enter that statement into the record.
Certainly. Did
great.
she email that to us?
She did.
Then it's in the record.
Excellent.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And just checking with Mr. Archer. He's the second from the end there, and he'll give you his contact information. Now we are on to the tree issue. So Gary Ferguson, come on down. Please introduce yourself and either your ward or your address.
Thank you. Gary Ferguson, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, staff members, neighbors, family, and friends, thank you for listening to my concern over SRC 86 trees on city-owned property. Around June 12th, a number of my neighbors and I received notice that we were being fined for unknowingly damaging city property. I am being charged $2,260 for having the tree on the city right-of-way on my property trimmed, pruned. I'm being charged $1,394 for what the city refers to as tree removal. The tree was not removed, the tree was trimmed. Yeah, this $1,394 that I'm being charged is over a Class A traffic violation for excessively speeding over 30 miles an hour over the speed limit. That fee would be $875. I'm also being fined for removal and restoration of a tree of $866. I looked up, I could have purchased a Frontier elm, which is what replaced the tree that the city took out, for $40. I could have had that shipped to my house, and I could have had it put in my yard, paying someone $50 an hour to dig the hole and refill the hole. So I figured about 3 hours of work for that. And by using the Labor Day or Arbor Day Foundation, have another tree planted in the National Forest for free. I feel, and my neighbors feel, that these fines are unjustifiable and an utter contemptible failure to use normal rationality. I'm asking the council to take a close look at what this neighborhood is being charged for unknowingly having our trees pruned. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Yeah, we have a question for you from Councilor Gwynn.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given the option to replace the trees yourselves, or did you just simply receive a notice in the mail?
No, ma'am. We were not given any option. We were all mailed fines and fees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jorge Cardenas.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jorge Cardenas from Ward 3. Like Gary before me, I'm here seeking your help. My neighborhood has been hit with close to, if not over, $40,000 in charges due to tree pruning. We believe that this fine is an error due to the fact that the violation was not intentional or knowing. We were unaware of permitting requirements to prune trees and assumed that it would be under the property owner's responsibility to maintain. We were under this assumption because upon moving into the neighborhood, my father spoke to a City of Salem employee who assured him that he could prune the branches because there were some low-hanging branches. Just like you would maintain the grass, and that's the expectation for you to maintain the grass. As part of the tree removal, there were some pipes that were damaged, and my father was expected to clean up after the mess that was made by the pipe work. Further, the pruning done to the trees was also not impossible to correct. If we had simply been given a notice informing us to stop pruning the trees, they would already have been on their way to grow back to the state that the city preferred. In the notices, they state that we killed the trees. These trees were not dead. They were very much alive, very much thriving. And so we were all completely baffled when we received these notices. And when we saw the trees removed, the trees were removed before we got the fines and notices. So we were all confused as to why the trees were removed, and we were given conflicting information as to why the trees were removed. We were told, some of us were told that it was due to an ice storm. Some of us were told it was due to non-native trees, pest infestation, and furthermore, we were informed that an arborist had declared the trees dead in August of 2020. We have photographic evidence showing the trees very much alive after the arborist declared them dead. So we are here in the hopes that you will hear us out, look into this matter, and try to help us out. You know, it's not easy for all of us to be here. There's some in the audience that have newborns. You know, I have a fiance that's sick at home with 2 4-year-olds. You know, it's not easy, and it's been eye-opening to see the work that you guys do, sitting here listening to everybody. This is my first time here, and I appreciate the work that you guys do, and I really hope that you guys can help us out.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
Victor Segola.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak up for my neighbors and for myself. I'm another neighbor from the tree incident that is getting like directly affected. Like my neighbor said, I have a family of 5. I'm getting charged almost $3,000 for a tree that I wasn't aware that it was Salem property until I got the mail and the fine through the mail. So all I'm asking is to please hear us. It's not only me, it's a total of like almost 10 houses that got affected. And one of them is affected for $18,000 fine. And to be honest, it's ridiculous amount of money for only a few trees that were trimmed. And like my neighbor said, there's a bunch of contradictions between the workers of the city. When I asked the worker from the city that was trimming, getting out the tree, what was the reason that you guys got it out? He told me that it was because of the storm. My other neighbor got told that it was because the tree was dying. So it's a bunch of contradictions that is happening, and all I want is to be heard. You know, we're normal families that work day by day to bring food to our tables, and I've been living in this house for 7 years, you know, and I never had a problem like this. So all I'm asking is to remove that fine. Why? Because 1, we don't have the money. 2, we have a family to provide. And 3, we didn't know about no trimming those trees. And like my neighbor said, those trees were still alive. They weren't dead like the way that the notice says. And we have physical evidence, physical pictures that can show you that those trees still alive and they were simply trimmed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Jesus Cardenas.
My father does not speak English. If you do not have a translator, I can do my best to translate on his behalf.
Could we also extend the time
Yeah, of
since
course.
the translation? Thank you.
Sure.
Puedo hablar. Quisiera saber inglés para explicarles las cosas como pasaron. No creo yo que haya estado haciendo algo malo. Estaba haciendo algo para que se luciera mejor la área.
My father says that he wishes that he could speak English so he can articulate this in a better fashion. He was not doing anything by malice intent. He was trying to do something nice for the neighborhood, to beautify the neighborhood as a service to the neighborhood.
Llegué el 2015 a vivir allí y para el 2000 los árboles tenían ramas ya quebradas. Era una área que tenía una compañía, tenía 35 casas.
He moved into the area in 2015, and upon moving in, the trees were in a neglected state. There were damaged branches about to fall.
El 2016, siguiente año de que yo llegué a vivir allí, a alguien de los de la ciudad alguien pasó por allí, le pregunté yo que si podía podarlos porque tenían ramas ya quebradas. Me dijo que sí, mientras de que no los cortara de abajo.
The following year, in 2016, he saw a passing Salem Public Works employee who he asked if it was acceptable to trim the trees, to perform maintenance on the trees. And that is where this problem arose, was this interaction, which gave him the understanding that it was acceptable.
A 3 casas de mi casa está la Wall Cherry. En el 2020 tuvieron que cerrar la calle, todos se quebraron, dañaron hasta carros.
During the ice storm of 2020, a couple blocks away from his house, the ice storm completely closed down a neighborhood street because of the neglected state of the trees that had not been pruned by the city. When the ice storm, I think we all can remember the damage caused by the ice storm, brought down trees, brought down limbs, caused property damage. They had to close down a neighboring street. Because of the pruning that my father had done and some of the neighbors had done to this trees in our area was unaffected. It was a night and day difference. You could drive through our streets without being affected by the damage caused by the ice storm. That was not the case on the streets that were left to city management.
A ninguno de mis vecinos le cobré por hacer el trabajo. Yo lo hacía porque yo tenía tiempo de hacerlo.
He did not charge any neighbor to assist them in trimming the trees. He did this as he is retired. He had the time. He was trying to help.
Y me están cobrando por 20 árboles que taché, pero me están cobrando por reemplazaron 23, pusieron 3 más extra de los que taché y también me lo están cobrando.
They are charging him for damage to 23 trees, when in fact there was only 20 trees affected. The city chose to plant 3 additional trees where no tree had been before.
Y yo lo hacía, llegó a pasar los de la ciudad por ahí cuando andaba podándolos, pero yo lo hacía confiado porque según yo tenía permiso.
While he was trimming the trees, throughout the years, City of Salem public employees would drive by. He never had anybody stop him, tell him that was not allowed, inform him of any policies. And so he continued on thinking that he was on the right side of the law because, he would have assumed that Public Works would have told him that, you're doing something that's against the rules.
Cuando fueron a reemplazarlos, a una persona le dijeron una versión, a otros otra, que los iban a reemplazar porque no eran árboles de Oregon, nativos de Oregon.
As myself and some of the other neighbors have mentioned, have been conflicting reports given as to the reasoning for the tree removals.
Y a otros les dijeron que porque el hielo los había dañado y los iban a reemplazar.
Some were told that it was due to non-native trees. Some were told that because of the damage sustained during the ice storm.
Y traigo fotos de cómo lucen los árboles, tienen más vida que los que no están apodados.
And although we don't have photos in a nice format to show up screen, we do have photos showing the difference between trees that were pruned by my father and the neighbors versus trees that maintained unpruned by the city. And these are recent photos, and you can see the vibrant green that the pruned trees have versus the yellowing of the leaves that are already happening out of season on some of the other trees. Am I allowed to pass any of this out?
Sure. Okay. You can actually give it to the city recorder, and she'll make sure that we get it.
Dile, explícales que esta foto es del que no está apodado.
That photo there shows the stark difference between the tree on the left, showing the green, vibrant prune tree, and the non-prune tree on the right, showing some signs of stress or what have you. Otra cosa, se te va a acabar el tiempo.
Que aquí están las fotos, estos árboles no se ocupaban reemplazar.
Here are photos of the trees before removal by the city. They are very much still alive, very much still green and thriving.
Con una sola vez que hubieran dicho que no querían que los apodara, en un árbol habían estado muy grandes y más bonitos.
If he would have been simply informed not to continue pruning the trees, these would have gone back to their normal growth pattern. They would have started on their way back to becoming just like before he started pruning them.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Quisiera que vieran todas estas fotos, por favor, diles.
And he would like to see the rest of the photos.
Yeah, just hand them to the city recorder and she'll make sure we get them. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Martin, did you want to comment, or did we? No, that's our last person signed up. Yeah, Councilor Phillips.
I don't know if the persons providing testimony are still available, but I just wanted to get a sense of like what time did this happen at, and then roughly what street. And I can get that afterwards, but that's what I'm interested in, is like, did this happen before the ice storm, and what street? I'm as the representative of Ward 3, I'm definitely going to look into this and talk to staff.
Thank you. We do have a gentleman stepping back to the mic who will answer your question, I believe.
Now, Gary, I'm going to have to lean on you a little bit for time frame. Could you remind me?
It was after the ice storm, because we were being notified that our trees were trimmed in August of 2020.
Notification of tree pruning came in August of 2020. I'm not sure time-wise on the ice storm, but nonetheless, we have photos showing that the trees were. We have a photo showing the trees a month after the notice, very much thriving still. And this happened off of Glacier View and Benham Avenue in Southeast Salem.
What was the second street?
Benham.
Benham, thank you. Thank you. Counselor, did that answer your questions?
I think it helps, yeah.
I'd be happy to answer anything else.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, did you have anything on this?
Yeah, I could just add a few comments. There was a third street, so in addition to Glacier View and Benham, there was also Gifford Street was the third street. And our urban forester looked at these trees, which were essentially topped, and so, roughly 15-year-old maple trees were topped off, and felt that they were not going to grow back or be what they were. Now, some of the conflicting information I had not heard before. We've also gotten responses from some homeowners saying they had no knowledge that this was being done. It just happened and they were not aware of it. And in those situations, if there was not a willingness, to do it, we certainly would pull back the charges, and we're not going to penalize somebody who had something done that they knew nothing about, that defies the intent of the code. As far as the costs go, they were based on how the code is set up, which there's an appraised value. So just like you appraise a home, you appraise a tree, and that tree has value for the different elements that it contributes to the environment, stormwater support, temperature, carbon dioxide removal from the air. So trees have values. They are city assets, and hence that's why we have codes that are there and put in place to protect them. Now, most people probably don't know that those codes exist. If you're not looking for it, you wouldn't know. However, you know, it also says if you want to trim a tree, which trimming is basically minor trimming, it's not topping, you need a permit for it. And in this case, no permits were taken out, and these trees were significantly damaged. So we don't look at this lightly and just send out fines. There was a lot of thought that went into this beforehand. However, there's also a lot of information that's being presented that I think we have to go back and look further into and get back to the residents and let them know what we learned. So
what should we say to our residents?
we will reach back out to you and get additional information for the folks that are here that this is impact, and we'll take another look at this. There are timelines that are set by code, and I'd have to refer to our city attorney on if we can extend those timelines while we do further investigation. There's also a process to appeal. I know they're here tonight appealing, but there's also a process by code where they can go to a hearings officer and appeal their case, and that hearings officer then can make a final decision. So there are some processes that are out there that can be helpful. If the city attorney is open for us getting additional information and there's a way we can increase the timelines, we would certainly like to know more.
Dan Atchison, City Attorney. I don't believe there's a process in the code to extend a timeline, but there is the appeal process that they can take advantage of.
And you'll make sure that they're fully aware of what that is, what those options are.
Yeah, it was included in the letter and the notice of the fines, but we can certainly reach back out and confirm that with everybody.
So you'll be in contact with them again, or what? I'm just kind of, I guess, not clear.
We'll be in contact with them again by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, we are aware.
You have to come back up to the microphone. There you go.
Thank you for the additional time. We are aware of the appeals process. We are appealing directly to yourself, the mayor, our counselors. Again, I think I saw a hand pop up. I think you were about to mention the deadline that's approaching or something else. Yep.
We can't hear you if you're not at the microphone. So, and I really feel like we're not going to resolve this tonight. We've heard you, and we're going to be talking with staff. I think they're going to be reaching out to you again. Councilor Phillips, the gentleman on the screen, is your city councilor, and he is certainly monitoring this. And I would suggest that you get into contact with him, and as we work through this. And Mr. Brian Martin, who's our Public Works Director, he can also help guide you through this. And Councilor Nishioka.
I have been in communication, and I believe this is in my ward. Even though they said they were in Ward 3, we were assuming that all of these are in my ward. So.
Oh, okay. So Councilor Nishioka may be your city councilor. I'm not familiar.
I'm sorry, there must have been some confusion over which ward we were in.
The city staff will reach out to you.
Okay, we appreciate any and all help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. All right, so we are back on to item 4B, another public hearing.
The City Council will now hold a public hearing regarding Supplemental Budget 2 for unanticipated city expenses in the Emergency Medical Services Fund, the Police Regional Records Fund, and the City Services Fund. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation, followed by public testimony. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to do a time extension before we get into the public hearing, because it's 10 to 10. Sure. Before we get started on the presentation, I'd like to go to Councilor Stapleton for a motion on the time.
Yes, I move that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? We have, for those not familiar, we have a time limit of 10 o'clock, and we have to basically waive that time limit with a vote. So, Councilor Nordyke.
Yes, I would rather table a couple information reports and stay up until 10:30 plus at night. I would rather we just table some of the non-essential things and wrap up what needs to be done today and then triage accordingly. I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you, Counselor. Unfortunately, and I totally hear you. I think our next meeting is probably going to be longer than this one, so I'm not sure if there are, I know that we have to do this public hearing and we have to do this. That's not optional. Beyond that, I think we can consider those as they come up. Let's go ahead and vote on this motion, and then we can consider other items as we go. Any further discussion? If the recorder will please call the roll.
Counselor Varney.
Sorry, go ahead. There, I turned everybody's off. Go ahead.
Aye. Thank you.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Nay.
And Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. I'm Callie Leinenbach, Budget Manager, and I have a few brief slides to share with you this evening about Supplemental Budget 2 and the recommended action before you this evening. Supplemental budgets are allowed when an occurrence or activity is not known when preparing the budget or previous supplemental budgets for the current fiscal year. Unanticipated activity during fiscal year 2023 in 3 city funds has occurred, resulting in increased revenues and expenditures in the Emergency Medical Services Fund, City Services Fund, and Police Regional Records Fund. These funds require additional budget expenditure authority to remain in budget compliance for fiscal year 23. In the Emergency Medical Services Fund, the City Medic Unit has continued operations, which increased bad debt write-off expenses for amounts not covered by insurance providers, and increased costs associated with the Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program. GEMT is a federal program that provides supplemental reimbursement above the cap set by Medicaid for qualified Medicaid ambulance transports. For the Police Regional Records Fund, 2 new agencies were added to the records program, which required software enhancements. This unanticipated change increased expenses, and additional program revenue will be received from the new agencies. In the City Services Fund, both document services and fleet services have seen higher than anticipated utilization. Vehicle repair and vehicle maintenance saw a sharp increase from estimates in the budget, and there was also an increase for mail costs, inventory, and equipment related to the print shop. So staff recommends adoption of resolution number 2023-22 to increase the fiscal year 2023 budget for these 3 funds. I'd be happy to answer any questions after public comment.
Thank you. We have nobody signed up for comment on this item. Are there any questions for staff? Thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Councilor Stapleton, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move we adopt resolution number 2023-22, fiscal year supplemental budget 2, increasing resources and expenditure appropriation authority in the Emergency Medical Services Fund, Police Regional Records Fund, and the City Services Fund.
Nishioka will second that.
And if I didn't already say so, I'm closing the public hearing.
You said that.
Did I say that? Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's going to be a team effort from here on out.
From here on out, it's a team effort for sure.
I have nothing to add. I think Callie did a great job.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips. Circle back. Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
And go back to Counselor Phillips. Is he still with us?
I'm here. Yeah. Yes, aye.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, on to special orders of business. And I know this is an item that is time sensitive because of a grant application. So we will have to consider item 5A. We have Anthony Gamallo here. No pressure, but it's 10 o'clock.
My wife is reminding me that I'm on my phone.
Nice. I encourage her to keep that up.
Sorry.
Nope, no worries. This one?
Yeah. Thanks so much. Good evening. My name is Anthony Gamallo. I'm a senior transportation planner with the City of Salem Public Works. I am here to speak tonight briefly about our proposed update to the Salem Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan. We implemented a plan back in 1999. This is an update to that plan that we think is going to meet the city's emerging traffic safety needs. The purpose of the Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan is to create a process for residents and city staff to work together in prioritizing and addressing neighborhood traffic concerns. These are things like speeding, high traffic volumes, uncontrolled intersections, and just general safety concerns. The plan has two main components. They're the Neighborhood Traffic Calming Plan, which identifies appropriate neighborhood traffic calming measures and strategies, and establishes a process for receiving, prioritizing, and addressing neighborhood traffic concerns. The Neighborhood Stop Sign Plan, the other component, is our way of providing a consistent process for installing neighborhood stop signs. Where will the Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan be applied? All residential streets. If it's a residential street, regardless of classification, it will be applicable there. Note that the appropriate treatment for a location will depend in part on the classification of the street. For example, we do install speed bumps on local streets, but they are not necessarily appropriate for collector and arterial streets. However, we will be creative in finding solutions for all streets. As an example, here in this image, these are speed cushions. They are viable options on collector streets. They are less severe than speed bumps, but they're friendlier to emergency vehicles and still provide that physical and visual traffic calming element. The plan includes an entire suite of traffic calming measures that, that staff and residents will have access to, and residents will be able to request, as long as they are appropriate for the street classification. Another key component of the plan is the establishment of a scoring criteria. The benefit of this is that it provides, again, consistency and transparency on how we identify and prioritize the highest needs locations throughout the city. You see the criteria there. It's speed on the street, equity, I'll talk about that more in a moment. Volume, the presence of pedestrian generators in the area. Is the project on a family-friendly bikeway? The presence of sidewalks and proximity to schools. A word on equity. The Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan aims to ensure that traffic safety improvements are implemented in an equitable manner throughout the city. To that end, we've developed an equity scoring metric that's based on 8 demographic groups that have been recognized to have been traditionally underserved in the past. Those groups are persons who are 65 years and older, youths aged 15 to 17, persons who are Hispanic and or non-white, people living in zero-car households, people living in limited English households, persons in poverty, disabled persons aged 18 to 64, and disabled persons aged 65 or greater. This approach is consistent with that used by the Salem Kaiser Area Transportation Study, which is our metropolitan planning organization, and their demographic profile of transportation disadvantaged persons. Using data from the American Community Survey, staff have identified those traditionally underserved regions of the city at the census tract level. And here's what that map looks like. disregard the numbers, you can't see them, I'm sure. But the shading is the critical factor. There are 42 census tracts that are in or touch the City of Salem. We have analyzed the data, that demographic data, in each of those census tracts, and determined that those census tracts that are shaded more heavily on this map are those containing populations that have been more traditionally underserved. So we are weighting equity as 25% of the overall scoring. It is our hope that with that significant weight, that those traditionally underserved areas and populations will receive their fair share of traffic improvements. With that, I would like to reiterate the staff recommendation that council adopt the neighborhood traffic management plan as the city's primary tool for addressing neighborhood traffic concerns. I wanted to add that we developed this plan in partnership with DKS Associates, a transportation planning and engineering firm here in the city. Lacey Brown, a transportation engineer with DKS, is here tonight to join me in answering any questions that you may have. I'm guessing you won't have many. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gamallo. This is really good work. I'm really happy with the progress that we've made in this area. It's, you know, it's been an area of frustration between staff and council for a long time, and I feel like this really gives us a tool to move past that frustration, and also for the neighborhoods. And this gives us a tool to move past that and into a really an objective way to administer these programs. And I'm really pleased with how that turned out. Thank you for all your great work on it.
Great, thank you.
Is there further conversation? Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you. I agree with everything Mayor Hoy said. What is the next step for implementation? I mean, what should I be telling my neighbors about when they can start going through your process to request traffic calming processes?
So we've been fielding requests for as long as I've been here, and well before that. What this is about is really having that database. Well, we're going to be establishing a public-facing database where folks can make those requests online or by calling us, and we'll input them into our GIS map where folks can see all the requests and see them compared, see the score compared, and where they are geographically to every other request in the city. So I would tell folks to start submitting their requests now. They can contact us. We're in the process of putting that GIS together. And once we do have that implemented, we'll do an entire public outreach kind of blast to let folks know that it's up and running.
Okay, just let me know when that public outreach process is. I would prefer to wait until you have that blast personally for me to notify my network, but thank you. I appreciate this.
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. So when somebody puts in a request, will they also get notification of their equity score? It's one thing for us to see the map.
That's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question.
But it might be something different for somebody making a request to see the map.
That's something that in our internal discussions on what it's going to look like has not come up. So to actually see, I mean, you can work it out probably, but it would take a lot more work than anyone's willing to put. So that's something we'll talk about. I think we'll talk about with our tech folks and see if that's possible.
Yeah, thank you. I think it might help answer questions, not knowing why maybe they're put at maybe longer down on the list or move to the front.
Sure.
It would help them understand.
It might be as simple as including the map or something like that. Yeah, we'll work that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Gwynn.
I didn't hear anything about a grant. I thought you said that it has something to do with a grant.
That we need this in place so we can apply for a grant that's either we already approved on the consent agenda or it's coming up on one of the polls. I can't remember.
Okay,
but we need this in place for that application.
Got it.
So this gives us the ability to apply.
Yeah, this will strengthen our grant application for the Safe Streets for All grant.
Yeah. Other question, Councilor Gonzalez.
Just want to thank the staff. I think this will help, even though some of these changes are going to take 5, 10, 20 years to really, really be seen, but I think it's going to help us, not saying wrong, but we've put us on the right track. And I just wish we would have seen that map maybe for a previous discussion, one of our previous discussions, that color-coded map, that would have come in handy. That's all.
Councilor Varney.
Thank you. I just had one quick question about this, and it is reference to the transportation chair for West Salem Neighborhood Association when Nick Forty came up, and he mentioned the before and after studies being optional, and I'm assuming that's the effectiveness of some of these changes. How is that addressed in the plan? Because I just don't remember.
Well, as it stands now, it's how he pointed it out, right? That it might be optional for a particular area, depending on the improvement proposed. That kind of thing, we'll want to take that on a case. It might not be appropriate for some treatments. It might be appropriate for others. So that would be something that we'd work out with engineering, with our traffic engineers, to utilize processes that they already have in place, things like traffic counts before and after, pedestrian counts, to see what the impacts are of what we're doing. That is already something that we do, and I imagine we'll continue doing that as part of this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a great plan, great tool. I was just wondering how it was going to be assessed. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else? Councilor Stapleton, do you have a motion?
I do. I move that we adopt the Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan as the city's primary tool for addressing neighborhood traffic concerns.
Second.
Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Varney.
Thank you. I will try and be very brief. This is a very exciting work that we've been doing and something that staff have really engaged a lot with us on council. So I appreciate all your time and energy into this. I will say that there is a part of this that I was not totally happy with. And in talking with staff today and talking with the mayor, we knew that this meeting would be this intense, and so we decided to move this as it is, and I hope to take it up with staff in months to come, over the next couple of months, and maybe bring back a revision to you all to see what you think about that revision. But I wanted to be upfront and honest with you here and now that I was thinking about that. So, but for the time being, this is great work, and I'm excited to see it move forward.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. And Mr. Gamal, if you could stop your screen sharing, that would be awesome. Thank you. Looks like somebody did it. Or, well, we went back to full screen, so I'm not sure. I'll let you figure that out. Oh, the translators have left for the day. That's unfortunate, but okay. All right, on to consent calendar polls. Item 3.2A, Councilor Stapleton.
Yes, I move that we adopt resolution number 2023-17, adopting the fiscal year 2024 downtown parking budget and setting the business paid parking tax for the downtown parking district.
I'll second.
Thank you. The reason why we pulled this, actually, Councilor Nishioka and I, who both share downtown as our ward, I wanted to pull it just so that we can have the opportunity to be very, very clear about what this is and what it is not. It was also a little bit complicated because we have an information report, 6C, which addresses the idea of moving to paid parking downtown Salem. And we wanted to ask you to maybe speak to this a little bit, what this is and how it is different from item 6C, so that we're very clear about what we're doing moving forward.
Ms. Rutherford.
Yes, I'll try to be brief in my response. So our parking system is funded through a parking tax that is based on a parking district. And every year we can increase our parking tax rate by 2% or the CPI, whichever is less. That's what this motion and this item is for, is to increase that parking tax to cover our expenses for operating the parking district. Transitioning to a paid downtown parking system would be paid stations that people would pay to park downtown. And when that would be implemented, then this parking tax would be phased out and go away.
Great. And do you know about the timeline for the paid parking implementation?
So, taking aside the public input process, just dealing with the technology and ordering the pay stations and getting them installed is a 20 to 24 month process. Add to that the public input process, which could be as short or as robust as we may want it to be. Our first step will be coming back later this summer to do an amendment to the Downtown Urban Renewal Plan so that we can add the pay station cost and this process as a plan project, and then use urban renewal funds to procure and install pay stations, and to also engage a communication specialist to do the outreach and engagement with the community.
Okay, so this motion basically is keeping the status quo, and we probably will have this back for future years.
We'd be looking at July or August to come back with the amendment to the Urban Renewal District, coming back with parking tax increases probably for the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Just to review what you said, 2% is what is allowed and has been allowed, and you've been bringing it forward and will continue to bring it forward until pay stations are in place.
Correct.
Thank
That's
you.
correct. Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 3.2B, Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to pull this item simply because
I'm sorry, we need to start with a motion.
I make a motion
To do what?
to, I don't know. I spoke with the city attorney today, and
So I apologize, Dan Atchison, City Attorney. So typically, we'll start with a motion on the item, so you can either do staff recommendation, or you can make a motion to do something else, and then you can speak to your motion.
If you'd like, I could ask the council president to make a motion, and then we could have the discussion, or do you have a motion in mind?
no, that'd be great.
I moved that we adopt resolution number 2023-21 to adopt the fiscal year 2024 City of Salem budget.
Second. Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Mayor Hoy. Councilor Hoy, do you want to speak to the poll?
Yes, please. I wanted to just add a little bit of something about the budget because it seems like a very large ship that's been sailing for a long time. And I realize there isn't much I can do about it at this point except to register a no vote. I believe we should be making sacrifices and not reaching for more money. I'm looking forward to next year, as I will know more than I did this time around. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Councilor Gwynn.
I was just going to say, I too will be a no vote for the same reasons as Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Councilor. I would just offer this out as, I know it's the first time for some folks. We don't have an option of not having a budget. Just for reference, if in the future you're not satisfied with the budget as it approved to this point, you're always welcome to make motions to amend it. And we would have that discussion and go from there. But that's just not having a budget isn't an option. We're required by law to have a balanced budget. Tonight is literally the deadline, the last time we can adopt a budget. So just so you know, we have to have a budget. So we can't leave this room without having a balanced budget approved. So, but you're always welcome to make motions to modify proposals or whatever. If you have a better idea on what the budget ought to look like, that's within your purview as city councilors to make those motions. So, any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gwynn.
Nay.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Nay.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 3.3C, Counselor Hoy.
I don't have a motion prepared.
Okay. Counselor Stapleton.
I move that we authorize the city manager to apply for funding through the Safe Streets for All program to develop a Vision Zero plan, a Salem Vision Zero plan, and implement a 20 is Plenty program. And further authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with U.S. Department of Transportation to accept the funds.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Nordike.
I'd love to speak to this just real quickly.
Sure.
I am so excited about this and so thankful for Director Brian Martin here, who was really just so key to us getting this going and moving forward, and engaging our federal lobbyists to see if this is even a good fit for us. As I have stated so many times, ending traffic deaths on our streets is a top priority for me, and so working through this program, we hope to gain funding to develop a Vision Zero plan so that we can get to zero deaths on our streets. And part of that is a best practice of dropping speed limits, because speed is what kills people. And so I am just really excited to go for this, and just very, very hopeful that we get a grant.
Thank you, Counselor. I co-sign on everything you just said. Any further discussion? Counselor Hoy, did you have anything on it?
I do, thank you. Sorry, I left my mic open.
It's okay.
I just wanted to say publicly that I realize this is an action item. This is permission to proceed. Whether it's grant money or not, if it's passed, it'll be a draw on our greatest resource, people power, and precious time. We have other more pressing issues to address. The priorities are obvious when where I live and work. This Vision Zero is not going to fix the crisis we are in, and I think our focus should be on our housing and homelessness issues, our mental health and addiction services, and ultimately public safety. This may be a vision understood and appreciated in certain groups, but I would venture to guess the majority of the population doesn't know what's coming. That's all.
Further discussion? Counselor Stapleton.
Yeah, I would just, like to respectfully reply. I understand that we're not going to be in agreement on everything. Of course, we're 9 very different people. But I would say that this directly ties, for me, to our housing crisis and to our unsheltered crisis. Because transportation is the second most expensive thing that people are weighted down with in their budgets. And if I can provide safe, real options for alternative modes of transportation or active modes of transportation, then I'm helping people afford to live in their homes longer, and I am helping directly people who are unsheltered, because this is their way of getting around, is our most vulnerable transportation users, and that's by bike and by walking. And so for me, this is all very tied up together, and it's one of the reasons why I'm very, very passionate about it. But just wanted to speak my response to your concerns. Thank you.
Further discussion? Will the recorder, Counselor Varney.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was just thinking, because there are 2 parts to this, right? The plan and then the implementation. And it's my understanding, staff would be filling out the application, but then there would be a lot of whatever time spent on it is included in the grant funding, correct? Except for the match part of it, right? Isn't that how it works? At least that's what I read through.
Mr. Martin, do you have a response?
Yeah, sure. So, we would fill out that grant application, then we would wait to see if we get the funding. And if we did get the funding in place, we would hire consultants to help support with the Vision Zero, and we would likely put the 20 is Plenty out to a contract to be contracted out, because if our city forces had to do it, it'd probably wrap up everything they do for a year or more.
Sure.
It'd be better for us to contract that out.
Okay, so it's covered in the grant. That's just what I wanted.
Yes,
Okay.
it'd be covered in the grant.
Thank you.
Counselor Phillips.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this effort. I think applying for a grant to get funding that is needed to bring this closer to reality is a good thing. I intend to support the motion. I mean, I've seen firsthand what speed does to the human body way too many times. And anything that we can do to build an environment that lessens those things from happening is much better in my book.
Thank you, Counselor. And the rest of us did not get the opportunity for a wardrobe change, just saying. Just putting that out there. All right. Any further discussion? Counselor Gwynn.
So I don't have my thoughts completely gathered. I guess I'm a little surprised. Back in January when Vision Zero was first mentioned, I said, I don't know what it is, and I've looked into it more, but it just seems like it's coming forward without any input and without more conversation. One thing I will say is just changing a sign from 25 or 30 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour is not going to get people to slow down, right? In so many ways, we have tied the hands of our police officers, and the only way that we're going to get people to slow down is if they're able to pull people over. We don't arrest people for crimes, yet we're going to ask our police officers now to start. And it just, to me, it seems like I don't want to see people dying on the streets either, by either being hit by a car or from hypothermia or anything. I don't want to see people dying, but I want to make sure that we have our priorities in order. So it's not that I want to see deaths, but I'm not going to support the motion.
Further discussion? Counselor Stapleton?
Sure. Just wondering if I can respond. I understand your thoughts on this, that, a sign is not going to, in your opinion, to reduce speed. We already ask our police officers to patrol at 25 miles an hour, and we don't have enough officers in order to patrol those. So that's why I am in favor in supporting the payroll tax for Safe Salem, so that we can increase our police officers in town in order to help. I am of the belief that more people follow the law than break it. And every car that slows down is the potential to save a life. And so for me, it's worth it to save a life. Included in this grant application is more trailers for the speed sign trailers, which are also a very great tool that help educate the public. And there is a whole section for educating the public on the change that's coming. So for those reasons, I, of course, continue to support the motion and do believe that this is the right way to go. But I understand.
Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Nay.
Counselor Nordyke.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Nay.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, on to information reports. And we're on the clock, so let's get through these. Do anything on item 6A? Item 6B. Item 6C. 6D. I'm sorry? I said go Ducks. Oh, go Ducks. I do know that Counselor Stapleton has some comments.
I just want to... No, you don't. I was instructed to say comments, so I feel like I have to. Okay. This is a fantastic thing, and thank you to staff for making sure that it's getting done. Courtney, I appreciate your work.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything else on 6D? All right. I agree, and thank you, Courtney, for making this happen. It's a really exciting program. All right, first reading, 7.1A.
Ordinance Bill number 1123, an ordinance declaring certain territory located at the 4800 block of Mcleay Road Southeast and lands adjacent annexed to the City of Salem, prescribing zoning and withdrawing the territory from the Marion County Fire Protection District Number 1.
Councilor Nishioka?
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I move to advance Ordinance Bill number 11-23, approving annexation, applying city zoning, and on approving withdrawal from the Marion County District Number 1 for a territory in the 4800 block of Mcleay. Thank you. Road Southeast and lands adjacent to second reading for enactment.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike. Aye. Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. On to 7.1B.
Ordinance Bill number 1223, an ordinance relating to the creation of a tax on wages earned, creating new provisions, SRC 39.001, .005, .010, .015, .020, .025, .030, .035, .040, and 39.990.
Councilor Stapleton.
I move staff recommendations.
Second.
I'm trying to save time.
Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Hoy. Councilor, to your motion?
As I've stated several times tonight, I am excited to support this moving forward, and a public hearing is just what we need in order to hear from the public on this very important issue.
Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Nordike.
Nay.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Nay.
Nay. Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. On to second reading, 7.2A.
Ordinance Bill number 1023, an ordinance relating to the multiple unit housing tax incentive program amending SRC 2.825. Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We already disposed of item number 8. We are adjourned.